Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, I would humbly appeal to the general population to take into consideration all the protocols put in place for us to stay safe and not spread the virus to the general population.
Right. So for the whole of today, it's about the filing past, and so let's see if we can. We still have the filing past going on. Let's see if we can identify a couple of people who are filing past, and then see how we can identify them. But this is to pay the last respect to the former president, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. Right. It's a difficult time by this time for the family. It's a difficult by this time for the military, and it's a difficult time for Ghanaians who had known Flight Lieutenant Rawlings and had loved him all this while. And when his death was announced, we all saw how broken-hearted people were, and we thought it was a distance, but now it's so close, because after his passing, now we are getting closer to 27th, and we know by the 27th of January 2021, the mortal remains will be sent to the cemetery. And then we would now see him as he's finished his job, he's finished his work, but we know that's one of the things that he still lives on. The ideologies, the thinkings, and the practical situations that he gave to Ghana would continue to live with us. And it is now, it's part of our life that as people of this country, we should learn to do it. Now, looking at the file pass, one important instrument is what is there. Now, almost everybody is supposed to get, you sanitize your hand with your face, you have your face mask, you sanitize your hand, and then we're supposed to wash. These are practical situations that in our normal lives we were not used to doing. But if you really want to practice hygiene, you know that in your homes you have to wash your hand. You don't have to eat with a dirty hand. You can't just come from the washroom without washing your hand. But it got to a time that we had forgotten about it until COVID came. Now COVID has changed the picture. COVID is taking us back to our basics, letting us respect the values that we're supposed to respect. And we hope and pray. I, for example, hope and pray that even if COVID is gone, this practice will live with us, so that we would not teach our children the better way of doing them. I don't think that it will be wrong with COVID is gone for us to forget about sanitizers, because bacterials and viruses and germs exist. So if we still sanitize our hand, if we should ensure that we would enforce, and then the individuals would be part of the system. You don't only just wash your hand, but you would also have to spend a few pesos to sanitize your hand. Sometimes when I sit and I hear people talk about, he said, please, where is your mask? He said, I can't afford it. Why can't you afford it? If you should be attacked by COVID right now, the amount of money you will spend to go to hospital is not a 1 cedi face mask. If you even decide to get 1 cedi face mask, one every day, if it is 1 week, it is 7 cedis. If you are put down by COVID, I don't think that you are going to spend anything apart from because don't let us assume that government is treating us for free, and so therefore for free we can afford to do this. It will get to a time the free would end. When the free ends, the last time I was listening to some data, and they said you would not spend less than 5,000 Ghana cedis to get yourself out of COVID. 7 cedis face mask to save your 5,000 Ghana cedis for your future investment. Which one is the best one? I think Ghanaians are supposed to understand that this is the time, this is a learning curve. Let's raise the learning curve and let's do it very well, that it become part and parcel of our life. This is not anything new, because from childhood we used to wash our hands. from childhood, you used to make sure that you protect yourself. So if this is a virus, that would only give you the disease through your nostril. And so they said, cover, mask up. What is so wrong about masking up? And I think we need to make sure that we don't even have to wait for the police to be brought in, and then the police should be assisted by the military, fire service, or immigration or customs to support this. They have their role that they have to do. Let each one of us play our role and make sure that we move on, and we move on very well. But this is teaching us one thing, that when you are a human being, you need to make sure that you play your role and you play it very well. Look at the former president, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. He has played his part, and even in his death, almost everybody we are moved by what he has done in the past, and that is what is pointing it to a future. Now, it is therefore incumbent on each and one of us to know that let's play our role, let's play it very well. If you're a soldier, you play your military role well. If you are a journalist, you play your role well. If you are a doctor, you play your role well. If you are a nurse, you play your role very well. And so therefore, we make sure that there is decency and there is control in society. And I know that sometimes I remember former President Rawlings at one Ujura festival. He spoke about the people of the Akuapins, and he said he never knew that there were generals like this from this part of the country. We have discipline, but what he would plead that the people should do, from the mountains should do, is to encourage that others would emulate this, others will learn this, and others will practice this. So I'm praying that the role of the soldier, the activities, the actions from the soldiers would not be intimidating us, but would encourage us to know and do what is perfect and what is right. You see, maybe it's something that we would have to be looking at, and then we'd see how best we can learn from each other. And I know as soldiers, you wish that it is society accepts this, and society plays its role very well, and then we'll have permanent, perfect peace. Yes. Now we'd see, is it going to change the guard? Captain Akakpo, what is going to happen here?
Yes, as we earlier said, they are going to change their colleagues. That's the catafalque guards. As my colleague here, Lieutenant T, mentioned, it's spaces between the timings of 15 to 20 minutes. So they are going through the relieving drills. After they are relieved, then they position themselves in the solemn manner in which they pay their respect to our former president. So what they are doing now is the relieving drills they are going through, and then they will move, and then those who just came will also be there for the next 15 to 20 minutes.
So, but it looks as if you go for your kind, because if you see, look at the uniform. When they are coming to change, it is not that anybody walks in there and 4 people come in to replace, but they come in, and then you see this uniform comes to replace this uniform. So is that the way it's supposed to go?
That is the rehearsal we are talking about. We rehearse to know if it is Navy to Navy, the naval person will go to the naval person to relieve. If it is Army, an Army personnel will go to the Army personnel. So you don't end up seeing a Navy person going to change an Army person. It is rehearsed, and we know where to go at what time and what to do at what time.
So, but now looking at them, so when those are, we've seen 4 go out, 4 come in. Well, that 4 that had gone out, are they going to wait and they may come again, or that is the end of the day for them?
Okay, depending on the time space we have for the day, if the number we have brought to go through the drills are exhausted, then they would probably come back. But I don't think they are going to come back again, because we have rehearsed and you know the timings that you are going to spend when you stand there. That is why we said from 15 to 20 minutes. So 15 to 20 minutes. If you have 60 of them coming, so 15 to 20 minutes, that means it's going to take the whole day. The number will suffice for the whole day, and those who have left may not come back. Sure.
So, right. So, viewers, we're still watching the funeral of the former president, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings, at the Kwame Nkrumah Conference Center. This is the first day of the funeral. Yesterday there was a mass for him at the Holy Spirit Cathedral. That was from 2 to 4 p.m. And then at 6 p.m. there was a vigil. There was a vigil at the Air Force Officers' Mess for him yesterday. As a vigil, Air Force Officers' Mess, military vigil, is it the same as the vigil for the civilians? Is that the same protocol? Is that the same protocol?
It was the same protocol. It was just happening to have been held at the Air Force Officers' Mess. Was
the civilian population invited to that vigil?
Yes, they were.
Or it was purely for pure soldiers? This is our own. Because it's our father who is lying there, and so this is what we are going to do for him.
No, it was open to the general public by invitation. That is, yes.
By invitation because of COVID.
Yes.
COVID has brought us a new direction. You can't just invite anybody at all to walk in there. That's right.
But it was a very solemn event, and it was quite enjoyable. Yes. The music was beautiful, and I would say that it was a beautiful way to honor his memory. There was a short documentary on his life where people who knew him very well spoke well about him. They captured his qualities, how he affected their personal lives, how he conducted himself as the president, as a military officer, all of that. Even his first daughter spoke so fondly about him, and it was quite touching.
It was very touching. So the whole funeral started yesterday in the evening at 2 p.m. It started in the afternoon at 2. From 2 to 4 there was a mass in his honor. That is at the Holy Spirit Cathedral. And then 6 p.m. there was a vigil at the Air Force Officers' Mess, because he was an Air Force officer. That's the reason why. So if he had been a military, if he had been an general army, he would have been at Bema camp.
Probably could have been at the Arakan Officers' Mess or the Command Officers' Mess, depending on the location the military hierarchy would want to choose to hold the event. So
you give prominence to the unit that brought you up. Prominence to the unit that you belong to.
Exactly. As the saying goes, no one would use the left hand to point to his or her hometown. So wherever you are brought up, you always revere that environment. So he belonging to the Air Force, I think it is proper we send him to the officers' mess or hold the vigil at the officers' mess just to let actually service. And I remember yesterday I heard on TV his confidant spoke so fond of him, and I told myself I should have met this man. I should have joined the service to meet him before.
To experience him.
Before he left as the president. But so far, so good.
So what is it encouraging you to do? You would really also want to do something extraordinary, very exemplary, very unique for society to remember you in the end.
It tells me to stand for the truth, stand for the right thing, and don't look back when you are doing the right thing. that is what I think the qualities I am picking from him. And he takes critical note of every simple thing that he does. I remember the daughter saying, the Honorable Dr. Zenator Rawlings saying, they were climbing the stairs at the castle one day. He just then asked her, how many stairs have you climbed? How many stairs have you climbed? And she had no answer.
He has no answer.
So this is a man who takes particular attention about
to detail,
whatever
detail, yes.
he goes through, and that is what I would want to also inculcate in my children or into people I am working with and people I find myself to be around.
That's it. So it's a clear indication that as a person, you really need to make sure that you know the values you stand for, and you have to live the values and let the values demonstrate what qualities that you really want to give to the people. We should not be you should not be ashamed of standing for the truth, and it's not all about property. It's not all about wealth. It's not all about, but it's about integrity. It's about the good deeds you do. Because if you look at it now, listen to the conversation. Listen to almost everybody talking. We've not heard anybody say he was rich. He was. That is not what we hear. What we hear is that he stood for probity, he stood for accountability, and that. So wealth and other things. So those of us that's a part of the world that we're running after wealth, running after our fame, running after power, that is not the issue. The man we are all mourning today has given us an indication and a direction that this is it. And society is recognizing this. So society is supporting us to point to that direction, that it is not wealth, it is not money, it is not beauty, but it is the values you stand for. And what values are you pointing society, and what direction are you pointing society to? This is a funeral of that is really giving us an indication that we have a lot to give to Mother Ghana, and Mother Ghana will be proud of us. We still have the filing passed. Groups are coming in. I don't think because of the marks, you can't even say if this is the office of the former president or if these are. But then, if you look at you would see that these are genuine Ghanaians who really had come here to pay their last respect. And I know that we all belong to families. Captain Akapo, we all belong to families.
Yes.
Respecting the dead is a tradition and a culture we cannot walk away from. Right. And so when it gets here, and then we're moving in to pay our last respect, what should the individual's conscience be telling the individual?
I think the conscience of the individual should be telling him or her that this man lying here stood for value. Do I stand for that value? If I should be the one lying now, what would the general public say about me? What would my family say about me? What legacy am I leaving behind for my family or for the general public to talk about or to emulate? So mourning the dead, actually, I know it brings out memories of what the person stands for, what the person did when he or she was alive. And those memories should always guide us to know what we are doing, and if what we are doing is right or wrong. Those memories should live with us, and it should tell us what to do.
Right, so society should always be alive to such a responsibility.
Yes.
We have a life to live on earth, and after we depart this world, they will tell you that there is judgment. And so you don't just come, spend your time on earth, create all the wealth you want, be cruel, be corrupt, and then just amass wealth, live a flamboyant life, and then when you die and then you go, then the rest, a conversation that your family would not even be happy to hear. Because I don't think that if by this time the issue is about, there are some people who will not even attempt to celebrate. They will pass, they would come, pass away, and then almost everybody would quickly want to do away with the person and forget about it. Even the family members would want to do away with it. Let's keep it quiet and let's just forget about it. But this is a man who has lived his life. At a point, he sacrificed his life for the betterment of the Ghanaian community, the Ghanaian society, for Ghana. And he lived it, served 2 terms as a democratically elected president, and after 2 terms, he left the scene. There was a very famous quote that when after he had served for the 8 years, the 2 terms, and it was getting closer, I think there was some conversation that people were saying that no, sometimes just as an African leaders, some of them don't live good lives, and so therefore when it even gets to a time that they had to depart, they don't want to go. They just resist going. And some of them even go to the extent of even amending constitutions to extend their stay. Right. And there is a very popular, there is a quotation, a quote from him. There is a quote from him that he said, people want to make all kinds of situations about Rawlings that he didn't want to hand over. Had we, any one of us, dared to suggest that we are going to stay even a day more than our term, we would have lost the complete support of the masses. So here, the former president was looking at the masses, was looking at the Ghanaian population. He said, look, I have come in, elected me to the presidency from 7th January 1993. Then I got another one again, 7th January 1997. Now, after 2001, 7th January 2001, a new person had been elected. Or we're going to go through an election. How would even people be thinking that I wouldn't want to leave the scene? I would want to hang on. Hang on for what? He said, if you hang on at that particular time, what you're doing is that you incur the anger, you incur the wrath of the people. The people, why are you deciding to stay? The Constitution says clear, 2 terms. And you see, this is a man who will speak his mind and will tell you. So this is when people were thinking that hand over to who? And then he said, nobody should be talking about that one. We have moved on. It's a country, and the country would move on. So I, Flight Lieutenant Rawlings, will hand over and pack and go for the new person, whoever wins the election for 2001, to come in and be the next president of the Republic. That is confidence, giving confidence to the people and giving confidence to the office of the president. He did his own, he played his part, he did his role, and he did it very well, so beautiful that is it. Now, Captain Akwaku, the sword is pointing downward, he's sitting, and the two hands are folded. Do you have a special way of holding the sword when you are in this particular situation?
Yes, Gabi. That's why I said rehearsal. It is part of the drills we go through. So it's the sword turns outward, and the hand is placed on it to just like it's resting on the basket. Of the sword.
come in here to pay their last respect.
The zero line until last year. And yes, nation experience that. Of course, you will see little ups and downs, and every economy has its up and downs. But over a long period of time, you see that positive growth, which averages about 4.5, or 5%. That is its greater legacy overall. But when you come down to certain structures that we use today, for example, how did we achieve that? A lot of it comes with stabilizing the budget. And it is to the legacy of the flight lieutenant who took the revenue institutions out of the civil service, which became swept across Africa and which has crystallized today into the Ghana Revenue Authority, which gives it as an authority without undue interference. And this is what we must protect: undue interference in the work, technical work of the GRA, the law which Professor Mills put in place, being a taxman and who is also part of the structural adjustment program, should be left so that GRA can do its work, because that is one big legacy: non-interference. And I must say that for the period that I worked in the National Revenue Secretariat and later became coordinator for the value-added tax when it was introduced, withdrawn and reintroduced. We have had tax officials who have done their work without fear of favor. That is another form of corruption. If you interfere, often we see corruption in terms of, graft, taking money. No, but when you disrupt institutions, you corrupt the institution, right? When you don't appoint the right leadership, you corrupt, those institutions. And that's when the Flight Lieutenant talks about integrity, probity, and accountability. These are some of it's deeper, right? Now, let me give you, I know that I don't have to take too much time, but let me give you two other examples.
Sure.
If you look at the establishment of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, and that then, I see, your shaved hair, probably you remember, under Chachu Chikata, and all that, when he's not just known for the Supreme Court, he was the first chief executive. You remember Salt Pond, you remember oil rigs, everything, various things that came with it. That is what has led to Ghana going into the oil era. The leadership, and that again. Another example, if I may, is up to 1993, it was often tough to pay cocoa farmers. And then the cocoa loan, syndication loan was put in place. And over time, Cocoa Board has come to, in terms of that financing, a global, structure, because it's able to borrow at, LIBOR plus 2%, which even the nation, sovereign bond, cannot borrow at that. Then that is the structure that was put in place under the then chief executive, Mr. Newman, who became Professor Emeritus Chief of Staff. He was then the head of chief, and continues to today. And you can agree with me that as far as the cocoa sector is concerned, coming out of the bushfires of those days and everything, cocoa farmers can sell their produce and know that it will be paid for. Of course, there's the corrupt aspects of they being cheated in terms of weight and the rest. But as far as the mechanism for payment is concerned, and something which we protected as, finance minister. So, if you mention my involvement, after I left the country and came back towards the tail end of, joining it has a precedent. And for me, I was witness, to that economic transformation. I was a participant, courtesy, and I would say then that is when, I got to know him particularly with you. Of course, you start your career at the distance, but as you, particularly with the VAT, that's when, and I must say that he never forgets. He remains when he sees you. Seth, how are you?
Was he a very difficult person to work with, since he stood for certain? He's noted for his discipline. He's noted for his candid observations and candid conversation with an individual, and he would say it as it is. Was he a very difficult person to relate to?
I would say yes and no. I would say that, I would say that for those of us who have the benefit of knowing him over a long period of time, that those are often to a common good. His positions are often to a common good. And let me give you one experience. When I was in office,
Right. I think viewers, you are watching pictures of the filing past, and I think we just saw the filing past of party chairman, the NDC party chairman, Ofosu Ampofo, and then so it means that we're seeing the executives of the NDC coming filing past. They are the former founder and leader of the NDC. Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. This is the there's arrival of the NDC party. I can see the General Secretary Johnson Asiedu Nketia. I've seen Ofosu Ampofo. So we are seeing the political leadership of the NDC, the party that the former president founded. Right. So
yes, so I was just saying that once he knew you, it was it takes, especially those who have gone through his hand, who he knew firsthand. And I was citing an incident where he had been told about something that happened in the Ministry of Finance. And he wouldn't believe it. Flight Lieutenant Rawlings has said, and he came to the ministry. He met my absence. And he said, well said. And he was told I had gone to the Flagstaff House or some other meeting. Okay, so he said to tell him I came here.
Thank you so much.
I went back, and you could see that it was for concern that could this be true? Of you, that is the man. That is the man.
That is the man.
Yes.
That is the man. Thank you so much, Mr. Setepe.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure having you in this studio at the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. So whilst former Minister of Finance takes leave of us, I also have another strong customer. This one is a very big customer with me in the studio, and that is Mr. Honorable Fritz Bafo, a former Member of Parliament for Ablekuma South.
And to pick up the men's opinion.
And immediately you mention Fritz Bafo, we always know about Sincerely Yours. Fritz, we have the man that really captivated, that captured the scene, not only made sure that he made leadership by example. He's the one that we started seeing leadership by example. And you lived in his time. And how would you remember former President, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings?
Well, the first thing is that I just didn't live in his time. He was somebody who I was very close to. I worked with him for over 20, 30 years. So I should know the kind of person he was. And I've known him since I was an infant. We were in a school called the Sisam School in the early 50s. I was in the kindergarten and he was in the primary school. So, he was somebody I've known. But we got together.
That lasted years, over 2 decades. Let me also quickly introduce another gentleman. This one is, so I told you that I have a very tough customer with me, but now I think this one is a tougher customer. The General Secretary of the NDC, the party that former President Rawlings founded, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketia. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Right. We have the man Rawlings, not in person, but have the man Rawlings that we have all loved and seen and observed and witnessed, now in a casket lying in front of us. We are now mourning him, and in the next 2 days he would go to put his mortal remains to the grave. Johnson at the Accra International Conference Center?
Well, thank you very much, my brother. I knew and identified with President Rawlings many years before I met him as a person. We were students in those days when the revolution happened, and when our various communities at that time. So I participated in funding the revolutionary organs in my locality without having seen President Rawlings. And I performed all my roles as a cadre in those days, upgraded to become a member of parliament before meeting President Rawlings. So here is somebody whose works speak for him. So I have no doubt in my mind that the same way that I adored him before meeting him, even in his absence, his works will remain with Ghanaians. But as I his sacrifices, were they in vain? That is what is I've been thinking about all morning since I got up to come and see our idol lying in state.
Lying in state. But this says you belong to the party that he formed, the party that he founded. And he set rules. You have beliefs and genuine trust in the way forward. Do you think that the party that he has left behind is still as intact, as solid, and as vibrant as when he was leading the party? Because he was the people's man.
I believe very much so. And I tend to believe that even in his absence, the party will grow stronger. The reason was that, there were many African statesmen who died with the parties they founded because they never allowed the party to operate independently of the founders. President Rawlings was not like that. And everybody can attest to the fact that at some point he appeared to have hands off completely NDC. And he watched NDC still perform. So it is in times like this that his decision to, if you like, distance himself a little bit about the day-to-day running of the party can best be judged. Because if he had remained very much involved, very much at the center of every decision making, then today that is no more, then you can begin to be thinking about the shocks and how we can recover and so on. This situation is not like that. And I believe that his decision to wean himself of the day-to-day running of the party has been useful.
Very useful. Mr. Fritz Bafu, you worked with Rawlings. Before you joined him to support him achieve a set goals, at any point in time, did he demonstrate to you that he was being fulfilled, that the things that I wanted to lay, the foundation I wanted to lay, was yielding dividends?
Well, I have to be very honest. When I came back And that is why he formed that party. And that's why that party has become the party actually of the people. And we have to relate to the people. Because when you talk about probity, accountability, and social justice, all right, it is for the quantum, the huge quantum of our people in this country, the majority of the ban on this. Harbor well for this country. So I believe that JJ Rawlings' ambition to make the man on the street a worthy weapon in the social advancement of our great Republic of Ghana has been realized to a certain, and we've got to continue. We really have to work very hard, and that relies on the leadership of the NDC and the legacy of JJ Rawlings.
Sure. Now, if you look at General Secretary, now Fritz Barfoot saying that if looking at it from where he sits, it looks as if the values that Flight Lieutenant Rawlings stood for are not dead. They are still active. That how do we sustain, how do you move it, and at the same time ensure that the integrity of the diplomatic Ghana is maintained?
Thank you very much. The way to go now is to see the values that he stood for and preached for, not as exclusively values for NDC. If we did that, then we stand a chance of losing out. Yeah. But I'm happy that he's been given a state barrier, and that after this, we all as a nation look at the principles he stood for, assess them whether they are relevant to our well-being as a country. And then we decide to commit ourselves, irrespective of any political party you belong to. Democracy is about accountability. Democracy is about probity. And so saying that you believe in probity and accountability does not make you exclusively an NDC person. It is actually a value that will help any democracy anywhere. He preached also about the principle that whatever concerns all must be decided by all. That is participatory governance. And so if we accept that participatory governance is useful to us as a country, you don't need to be an NDC person to believe in participatory governance. Along that principle, he introduced the youth into politics. Before we grew up, before you talk about somebody being a member of parliament, DC or something, that person will be around beyond 50, 60 years and so on. It was JJ Rawlings who felt that, well, if we are building the society for everybody, then everybody must have a say in the decisions that we are making today that will build, that will create a certain future. And so then the youth must participate. The women constitute more than 50% of our population. So if we say we are building a Ghana that will be useful to every Ghanaian, then the women must have a role. So believing in participatory democracy does not make you exclusively an NDC person. So if we view those principles along those lines, we will benefit as a country. when we talk about accountability, there are many people who tend to think that accountability is just about holding financial resources, utilizing them, and accounting. JJ Rawlings was more focused on accountability for power, and that every power that a leader exercises is given to him or her by the people. So decisions that are taken or how that power is utilized, the leaders must account to those who gave them the power. And so when today you see people talking about rigging of elections and so on, it's a means of avoiding accountability to the people. Because if you use the people's power, and elections is a major accountability mechanism, and you want to dodge the logic of elections through rigging, it means that you are declaring yourself unaccountable to the people who gave you the power. And so these are some of the principles, and he spoke about social justice as well, that everybody must be his brother's keeper. Those who are able to make it in life owe it as a duty to also help the others to be able to survive. And so government has a role in that type of mediation to make sure that people will have the opportunity to utilize their talents to their maximum. But when they succeed, they owe it a responsibility to contribute through taxes so that other people can also survive. I think these are principles that, as a nation, we should investigate and then input them in our national values. Unfortunately, people tend to look at exclusively the excesses of the revolution, and then they want to judge President Rawlings by the excesses of the revolution. That would be unfortunate for our country.
That's right. Mr. Fritz Waffle, let me come to you now. You were with Rawlings. If I can go back to Sincerely Yours, there was a motive of coming with Sincerely Yours. There was a drive to achieve something. And how did he believe in it?
Well, he was very instrumental in the production. I mean, when it started, it was with the support. And the whole idea was that Ghanaians didn't know enough about themselves in terms of the Ghanaians who had gone abroad and the Ghanaians who were in Ghana. So I started off by going to talk to Ghanaians abroad about the circumstances in which led them to be abroad and how they felt about it. The situation was that you had a program which was to get Ghanaians to ask questions that I could ask the questions on behalf of Ghanaians. Then we concentrated on Ghana and going through every nook and cranny of the country in order for Ghanaians to appreciate that we were one nation and one people. We are a fantastic country because our riverine system allowed us never to fight over water. So we didn't really have internecine warfare except for little struggles for territory until the slave trade. But the most beautiful thing about Ghanaians is that we marry outside. We don't marry inside. Even the Akan clan system does not allow you to marry within your clan. So therefore, most Ghanaians cannot say that they belong to one particular ethnic group. In fact, I don't even like the word ethnic group. I believe in governance systems because of a particular area. And then with the luck we had of having a president like Kwame Nkrumah who wanted to mold us into one people. We went to secondary schools, we went to schools where we met people from different areas of Ghana. So therefore, that was part of that intention and objective, for Ghanaians to realize how important and how great their country was. Because right now we're talking about domestic tourism and all that kind of thing. And I remember going to Akosombo, filming with the support of JJ Rawlings. and the Dodi Princess, the lake, and the Onipanua, and the things that he did was to make sure that no Ghanaian was left behind when it came to access to social services. You know about the Onipanua, the boat that went around the lake, around the environs of the lake. The lake is about 3,000 square miles. It's one of the biggest lakes in the world. It was, in fact, one of the biggest man-made lakes in the world. 30,000. And what happened was that we got 3 million people living around the bank. And he made sure that at least they were included into the system. So that inclusiveness is what the General Secretary said, that we're not talking about just the NDC, but we're talking about Ghanaians. And he actually came for Ghanaians. The NDC was a vehicle to ensure that his legacy will not be left. But it is about Ghanaians upholding the values that he brought to the fore. Naturally, he was the only one to introduce that, but he brought it to the fore. And the average Ghanaian is now aware of probity, accountability, and social justice. It sometimes gives us a problem that when you tell Ghanaians certain things, they react because they believe that they know. It's also part, it's a plus and a negative, but we have to deal with it.
We have to deal with it. General Secretary, Mr. Sedun Ketia, before I let you go, you were talking, you gave a very fine situation. You painted a very beautiful picture of where we say probity, accountability, integrity, this thing. It should not be it should not be an NDC agenda. It should not be an NDC focus. It should be a national focus. Then the country in itself will benefit from it. Now, how would the NDC, that is the mother of this integrities, how would the NDC encourage the country and encourage all others to embrace this and know that it should not be the NDC's property, but it should be a national property?
Well, you only have to take a look at any of the party's manifestos from 92 to date. It is always very, very strong on organizing a clean government and making sure that people who hold power hold themselves accountable to the ones who gave them the power. And our practice in government too has a lot of evidence to show. If you look at the various political parties, those who are prepared, you will find out those who are prepared to be judged by the people, and when the people's verdict come, we give in the people's verdict. It means that we are demonstrating what we call leadership by example. If you want all Ghanaians to behave in a particular manner, then you have to set the example. And that the fact that we have demonstrated the principle of holding ourselves accountable to the masses in itself a guide for all Ghanaians. Our expectation in always accepting to allow free and fair elections even when we are in power, and giving out power when the decision goes the other way, is that we expect all other Ghanaians to behave like that. So that is the only way we can set the example. And then when we are in power, in terms of how we hold and account for the resources of the nation, it is also transparent. At times, these are subjected to value judgments, but at least we know that Transparency International has records about the performance of every government in Ghana as far as corruption and anti-corruption are concerned. And clearly, NDC stands up. All the NDC governments stand up clearly on top of all the other governments that have run this country. So that is the way we want to demonstrate that these are values that Ghana as a society will benefit from. And it is not exclusively NDC alone. To tell you what, when we're getting to the end of the revolution, there was a big debate within the PNDC and the cadres. You had a certain group of cadres who felt that the ills of multi-party democracy were so bad that we didn't need multi-party democracy. And when the decision eventually came for us to go multi-party, they decided not to have anything to do with politics. They are still there in society now. And some of them tell us that after all these years, the same ills that our revolution had preached against are still around. Monetizing of politics is there. Rigging election is no different from a coup d'etat. So that is still there. And then a dictator remains a dictator whether they are elected or they come through a coup d'etat. And then that is also around. And then you have a situation where you are having rule by law instead of rule of law. You understand? If you are not careful, a dictator can use the very tools of democracy to kill democracy. And so these are things that some of our cadres who felt strongly that multi-party democracy will not deliver the right democracy decided not to have anything to do with it. Those of us who felt that, well, democracy has its ills, but there's no better alternative. So let us go with it. And that's why we are here. So it is for Ghanaians to demonstrate that it is worthwhile pursuing this multi-party
agenda. Thank you so much, General Secretary Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Viewers, we were watching the funeral of the former president, Jerry John Rawlings, at the Kwame Nkrumah Conference Center, at the Accra International Conference Center. And I am still here with Mr. Fritz Bafo. Mr. Fritz Bafo is still with me. And then we have been joined by Elvis Afriye Ankara, the former sports minister. Elvis, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right. I know you believed, you love the man that we are observing. We are getting ready to go to put his mortal remains to the grave. And the values and ideals he stood for were those things that really encouraged the youth and moved the country on. Now the man is lying motionless in front of us in a casket. If I should ask you, what is going on in your mind? Because since his death, we're thinking that it's far away. But now we have seen that it is very close. By Wednesday, he will be sent to the cemetery. What is going on in your mind?
Many things. I shed a tear this morning. When he died, I kept telling people that there's something. It was so real. It was very difficult to accept. So Rawlings is gone. He was a very larger than life figure, personality, full of energy and everything. And the way he just died suddenly, on that day. So it was a bit unreal. But this is the reality. He's there. We can all see him, and it's very sad. But at the same time, since the funeral process started, I've listened to people who otherwise were supposed to be his fiercest critics, and the things that they've been saying. And the point is not just saying things because when somebody dies, we don't speak ill of the dead. But the things they are saying are facts. Facts. And this is a man who lived according to his convictions. And he has been consistent to the last day. Look, I've been around a little. We know what presidents in these parts of the world do. This is a man who lived a very simple life. Where are his houses? Both locally and abroad. He has no property anywhere in this world. What he preached, what he espoused, he lived it to the letter. He didn't go for self-aggrandizement. He kept his faith with the people. He came for the ordinary people. To extend water, rail, electrification to these parts and the impact that this has had on the lives of these people, then you will know that indeed this is a man who was genuinely committed to the welfare of the ordinary people. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't political gimmick or propaganda. It was a genuine and sincere commitment to see to the betterment of the lives of the ordinary people. So for me, those are values that we should all pursue. That when you get opportunity and you get into power, it's not an opportunity for self-aggrandizement. It's not an opportunity for stealing the nation's wealth. It's not an opportunity. I think that should be the central debate or theme as we discuss the demise of JJ.
As we discuss the death of former President Rawlings. Now, you know this is a man that the people loved. Had it not been covered, Mr. Fritz Wafu, have it not been covered, I think that by this time, this conference center would have been sieged. It would be near stampede. But because of COVID, now how would we encourage the others there that look, you will not be left out? The important thing is that let us recognize the disease and see how best we can manage it. How? What would be your position on this one?
One thing I'll say is that the late JJ Rawlings was very concerned about the personal welfare of the Ghanaian. He talked about family planning, he talked about sanitation, and you mentioned the Cape Coast incident. You've seen pictures of him actually going into gutters and making sure that we were doing something about sanitation. And so, it was said earlier on in the commentary that, and I think you said it, that COVID should not end the sanitary practices that we're using now, like using sanitizers and washing our hands and keeping ourselves clean and keeping our environments clean. That is the way that it's got to go. COVID has brought it home to us that if we don't look after ourselves, all right, then the environment is going to destroy us. And so therefore, that is where we've got to go. We've got to realize life's real lessons about the fact that we're suffering from a disease that we can't understand because we've been careless and because we've not been upholding the protocols that are normal. I'm sure if we were cleaner, if Ghana was a more sanitary, where we had a clean environment and we're looking after ourselves, I don't think that the impact of the virus would have been as such as is now, and we wouldn't have to have force being used and people being arrested and punitive measures in order for you to uphold things that will keep you alive. So it's just a question of us changing on our attitudes. Ghanaians need an attitudinal change. We can't keep on taking things for granted and expecting that there will not be an adverse situation, because the situation is now very bad. It's sad that because of the COVID, most people have withdrawn, and so therefore, in terms of celebrating the life of this man, has not become an outwardly thing. But within ourselves, we should take into consideration not only the fact that this great man has gone away, but some of the lessons he left behind, that we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of ourselves. It is not about entitlement anymore. It's about responsibility, not only to yourself, but to the society you belong to.
Sure. Elvis, as a former sports minister, Minister of Youth and Sports, now COVID is now turning its attention and the focus is now going to the youth now. Now the young ones are catching COVID. We thought that the young ones were out, so it was people with underlying conditions that would be falling victims to this. But now the young ones are catching this one. Now, how do we let the youth understand that this is the only way forward? Please, forget about this. Just take good care of your health and yourself and society at large.
I think part of it is what Senior Frey said. We need to be conscious and take care of ourselves. But I think there's a certain dimension too that is very important. We need to be honest. The state is not being honest with us in terms of the numbers. I had COVID, and I made it a point to let everybody around me know. I tested positive. My daughter came from Canada. She wasn't well. She went to test. She tested positive. So we decided to go and test. In my household, myself, my daughter, my wife, we had COVID. I made a conscious effort not to hide it. Strangely enough, when you talk to other people, then they'll say, "Oh, I also had it though." Really? You had it and you kept it quiet and you were walking around. That is the biggest danger. Because when you have it and you don't go into isolation or you don't let people know, then you keep on spreading all over the place. So what I did was, when I had it, I went to the village. Even though I was not very sick, I just retreated to the village till I came back, did my test, and I was negative. That is what is lacking. It is not a sexually transmitted disease. It is not because of something that you have done. It's a virus. It can happen to anybody. So when you have it, it is not a shameful thing to admit that you have it or you've had it. So that you use yourself to educate people, tell people, look, this is what happened and this is what I did and this is how I got out of it. People are keeping quiet about it and spreading it, and people are dying, and people die and people don't even know that they died of COVID. They died of COVID. So for me, that's another dimension, because when I put it on our platform and I told everybody I'm out of the scene because I had COVID, the number of people who came in and told me they also had it or they had it, and they were all, walking around and nobody knew they had it. So for me, that is another dimension. Let's take out the stigma.
Sure.
It is not your fault. You can do whatever it is. It may happen. So one, as Senior Frey said, take all the preventive measures. Wash your hands regularly, wear your nose masks, do the social distancing, and we also have local remedies that we all use, the neem tree and all that. They work, so do everything that you have to do. But if, God forbid, you get it, you haven't gone to commit any crime. So immediately isolate and let people know and seek treatment. Then you can save your life, because otherwise it will kill you.
Sure.
We are now seeing many, many prominent people, and the number of people that we are hearing they are dead is just a little percentage of the people who are actually dying. The people we are hearing they are dead are because they are prominent people, but many ordinary people are dying, and therefore it is important that we all be on guard. But in terms of the funeral, I think that Rawlings said something classical when they wanted to name one of the FPSOs after him. He said, "I don't want my name to be written on any physical object, but I want to remain in the hearts of the people." So whether people come here physically or not, the impact of Rawlings' deeds and his life is in the hearts of the people wherever they are all over the world. And for me, that is more than enough.
That is very wonderful. So here we are still at the Accra International Conference Center, observing the funeral of the former president, the late JJ Rawlings, died at age 73. Mr. Elvis Afri Ankra, I think I thank you, and you can take leave of us.
Thank you very
much.
And
then I wish you a healthy stay. Right. So, Mr. Fritz Bafu. Mr. Fritz Bafu. Now let's look at. I think we see. Is that not? That says. Because of the face masks, I don't even want to guess.
That is Yasantua.
Yasantua, yes.
Yes, the second daughter.
Yes. That is it. You see, that's a very difficult time. And but then this is an indication to all of us that family values are extremely important. We need to care for one another. And if you look at pictures like this, look at the way someone is holding her, comforting her. This is what we're supposed to demonstrate. And that if we don't do this, Mr. Fritz Waffle, do we still have a very solid family values in this country?
Yes, I mean, the thing is that it's always the majority. It's the minority that give the majority a bad name. Looking at this picture of Yasantua going through paroxysms of sorrow, is because the father was a family man, despite all the responsibilities heaped on him as a head of state. He spent time with them, and yesterday, and there's Mrs. Rawlings, yesterday we were at the vigil, and I had the opportunity to interview Zanetta, the eldest daughter, and she said some remarkable things about him, how he cared about them and cared about their welfare. And I think that is so with a lot of Ghanaians. It's not only limited to the well-to-do. Ghanaians care about their children, they care about their families, and that's why we spend so much time on funerals, basically because that is the time when families get together over solemn issues and then meet each other. The family system is still intact, but we've got to do a lot more to work for it to be modernized. All right, we can, for instance, I'm totally against widowed rights, where women are ill-treated because they've lost their husbands and things like that. We've got to look at the traditions that are negative and try and adopt more positive and progressive traditions that will enhance family life. But we have a situation that a lot of people don't understand. The demographic situation in Ghana is different from, let's say, 20 or 30 years ago. If you look at, after the last census, we found out that the majority of Ghanaians now live in urban areas. While 20 years or so before that census, it was, I think, 65% of Ghanaians lived in urban areas, and another 35 lived in rural areas, and 35 lived in urban. So we've got a very big migration from the rural parts of Ghana to the urban parts of the country. And we have a situation where they have not actually kept we have not raised the infrastructure. The infrastructure development has not met with the influx of people. And so therefore there's a break in the family system in many places. But if we use the right kind of social policies, I think that we can arrest that.
That's right. Now, let me quickly introduce another tough customer with me in the studio. This is Mr. Nana Atodazi. Nana Atodazi, you were chief of staff. Yes, you were chief of staff during Rawlings' time. So it means that you were very close to him. But I know that your life and everything, you have really lived very close to the man lying in state today. Right. How?
Sure, yeah.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Still stunned, because for many of us, Rawlings will never die. His ideas, of course, will still live on. And simply couldn't comprehend, understand how Rawlings will be found lying in state. Okay. Who is a big boy, who is a mega man. In 30 years, he dominated the political space of this country. From 1979 through to 2001, he was the only leader, the icon. I happened to have had an opportunity of going to work with him one-on-one for literally 19 years. At the PNDC and his presidential tenure, 1 and 2. I also had the privilege of sharing his desk in his office. You understand? I also had the privilege of, together with one Elvis I, the two of us, were about the only ones who would stay up to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. with him before leaving for our various cubicles and come back at 6 a.m. next morning. I just went through, for literally 10 years. So you can understand what it is. I'm not here as a chief of staff. I can't be here as even as a special assistant. I'm here to mourn a big brother and a friend.
Was it difficult to He was so strict, he was a disciplinarian, he was so firm, he wants things to be done right, and you can see from his from the job around him that he respects detail. Was it difficult to him?
Absolutely. I've just said that if you understand the principles on which JJ Rawlings exists, works, which is enunciated everywhere, openness, transparency, okay? If you can maintain that, you can work with Rawlings for 100 years, a century. Because he believes in trust. He relies on trust.
But he was
and I remember right from the word go, he tells me, look, if you can't do the job I assigned you, just tell me. I'll look for somebody else who can do it. It doesn't mean that you are useless. Maybe you have some challenge not being able to do that.
But he was a workaholic. He was a workaholic. How did you survive it? How many hours of the day would you? I think he's someone who would even need an extra hours to add up to the day, because the day is 24 hours was too short.
Yeah. I mean, there was a period of sacrifice. It was a tough period. It's a period that must be recorded in this country. That the strength of today stands on the in the shoulders of the sacrifices of yesteryear. You understand? We went through a period from 1981, 82, 83, 84. Nobody was paid a salary or a wage. Nobody expected any. We literally were living on a cup of coffee that you would provide during our office hours. You understand? A little piece of gaki and cans and fish or whatever. It was a tough time. I come from a private legal practice. I could afford everything. I sacrificed everything. He sacrificed his whole family. There are some things which cannot be said now. Maybe after the barrier and whatnot, he sacrificed his family. Children. It was a tough time. The PNDC itself could first taste a meal, like some indomie or something, a little bit, maybe in 1987, 88. Long hours work. He traveled every single village in this country, and they loved him for it. You understand? He tried his dance at pounding fufu, lying in tents infested with serpents, whatnot. These are realities, But his was to make sure that the people of this country were empowered. That's all.
That's all.
So that was his biggest secret.
if you could get them to stand up, even to challenge illegal unlawful authority. No, he said it was a military background from the do and before you complain. But he said there was a new trend under which, whether in the American system or so, you know, your officer will have to show you the promotional, marks before he enters. He said you have a right to stand up. Did he at any point in time, in your conversations, private conversations with him, did he at any point in time give the indications that we are on the good track, we are on the right track, we are going to be successful, so let us push on? Or it got to a time that he realized that those people were not with him? But the point I'm making is that what you are seeing today, sits on very challenging period that we went through the first 10 years in PNDC. You understand? And it was at the period when it was greatly vilified. People called him a dictator, brutal murderer, all kinds of things. A revolutionary, turning the apple cart and all that. That's why they saw him. You understand? The fourth constitution, Republican Constitution, the era was launched. He is the father of the fourth Republic. Yes, Constitution. He voluntarily stepped out of his military boots and donned a fugu and a jacket to contest. Nobody could have stopped him if he had wanted to continue. Other leaders, that was the next question I was going to ask. That other countries, other leaders, other presidents amended constitution. Two 10 years later, yes, amended constitution. 2 10 years later, 4 years, he opted to step down. And respect the Constitution. And I always remember what President Mandela, the note, the bar, sent and fought for everything that will be pro-Ghana. I think that with that kind of ideology, it should be possible to define, let our people know what is it that makes a Ghanaian proud to be a Ghanaian. What was it that made people in Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and the other places at the time, Togo, call for a Rawlings in their countries? It was an embarrassing situation for him. So, the principles of probity, accountability, transparency, these are not idealistic things. We must break them down. But he lived it. It's possible. Yes. So he lived it. And now to that, he lived it. Mr. Fritz Bafu. Now we are looking and we are talking about a man who for 19 years supported this country. This country, moved this country. Everything he did was to move this country to a brighter, a prosperous future. Right. And now, after 19 years, he walked off and left the scene and played an active role because he was still talking probity, accountability. And he was talking injustice, social justice. He kept talking about them. Does it mean that his demise, his death,
to say that we will uphold his values. And I believe that if that happens, we won't have a problem.
if that happens, we won't have a problem. And now to that, looking at the Ghanaian society, will that happen?
Yes, I think it will certainly happen. But in fact, it has happened in some sense. You see, the Constitution of the Fourth Republic has actually incorporated some of the core ideals of JJ Rawlings. When we talk about probity, accountability, and transparency, these were not all the features, some of them were not the features in the Third Republic, First, Second, Third Republic. But because of the events of 79, the issue of accountability, problem, and then that of transparency, because of the international decision.
so team. It's part of the Constitution of the Fourth Republic. It is that which gives every single MP now the strength and the right to stand up to say that what is happening is wrong, whether it's from a president right down to the ordinary policeman down the street. But these are ideals which we must imbibe. We should even teach the kids from the what do you call it, primary school. That's where you should start. To be able to say, I wouldn't tell a lie. You understand? I don't have to wait to say, tell a lie. I won't tell a lie. I wouldn't, what do you call it, disburse public funds. It's not mine. You understand? I won't abuse public trust. These are things which must be pushed forward. The fourth, what do you call it, media, the fourth estate. That's a huge business. And at times, when you hear people in opposition, well, Ghana, today you are in opposition.
It's tomorrow.
But if when you see people in opposition raise issues, we should be careful analyzing what they are heading towards. Is it towards the national good, the national philosophy? Transparency, accountability, probity, equality. You see, justice. Those are from Nkrumah's days. Those are freedom and justice. But now it's freedom, justice, accountability, probity, transparency. You understand? It's been expanded. I'm saying that base is there. And it is now the period for education. And we should let people and encourage people and reward people who stand up to ensure that the right things are done. Mr. Fred Waffle, immediately we're talking education. Now we know Papa J, where we've got into, is a clear indication it is now the truth that we've lost him. So the next thing is we teach the values they stood for. Now,
we can use that as a basis for doing proper research, social and historical research. Funded, that's when Parliament will come in. To back the funds.
Funds, yes.
For a proper history of this country to be written. You understand? Devoid of the political machinations as to whether, that's a problem. And again, when we try to have tribal inclinations and things like that, we mess it up.
There's a reason why I asked the question.
Yes. So therefore, we really have to have a new narrative about Ghana for Ghanaians to understand. Because the old hackneyed term of tribe does not exist anymore. We all married out of our various comfort zones. Most Ghanaians are married out of their comfort zones. I know a lot of Ghanaians who don't even know which particular tribe they come from. You understand?
Yes, these days with names with name with hyphen in them, we have so and so that
Yes.
you cannot even locate the
Yes.
name to any.
So therefore, the thing is that we are gradually becoming a homogeneous society, and therefore the truth and the history has got to be told. And that, I believe, is that if we have the correct narrative, then we can educate on that narrative. And when the work we're doing now, the fact that you're actually interviewing people from different strands of society, and people out there are listening, should help us. All right. And as he said, the media is should be very, very responsible in ensuring that we have a society that is responsible to itself and is not about entitlement. Unfortunately, at this moment, and I think it's just a phase, because if you're a student of history, you'll realize that countries go through phases. But at the bottom are the values that will always be concrete. And I think that this is a phase that we're going through, but I think that we have to start assuming that we are responsible to ourselves and to the society we belong to, and that we are not just entitled. It's not a privilege to be a Ghanaian. It is actually work to be a Ghanaian. You have to work hard to be a Ghanaian, to be responsible to yourself and to your community, to your neighbors and to your people. That is what is very, 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 very important. And if we have the right narrative to back this, I think that the tenets of JJ Rawlings will not vanish.
Will not vanish.
Yeah, but just you asked a question whether we should have a library or something. JJ Rawlings is a very complex person. In 19 years, I knew him as a man who didn't encourage any emblems and statues and whatnot. Indeed, we did try to tackle the library where he used to live, you know. And in his own lifetime, he generally scattered. He refused to allow his picture to be mounted in offices. You know. And these are very interesting features. You know. So for us, we think that you have to examine the issue properly. Speaking for myself, I think that the Fourth Republican Constitution has built institutions. We have you and whatnot. Let them do their work. We have a Attorney General's Department. Let them stand up as an independent body, as required by our Constitution. These are establishments which will live and perpetuate the memory of JJ Rawlings. Because what he cannot be contained in a little, structure. Maybe we can have a structure where people can refer to as a rallying point. But JJ Rawlings is bigger than that. He's larger than Ghana. In fact, he's larger than Africa. He's a voice in the international. So it's a very complex and delicate thing. What he never, wanted was to have a structure, a statute of him, and others personal. One day, because of somebody's anger, they go and knock his statue down. Let his ideas live. He wishes to live in the hearts of the people. Right, so we are
still at the Accra International Conference Center, where we're observing the funeral of the former president, JJ Rawlings. We still have the filing past, and so I think I'll humbly take Honorable Fritz Baffo. I think you stand discharged.
Thank you very much.
And then Nana Atudadze, former chief of staff, you also stand discharged.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you
a
very much.
pleasure having the two of you
Yeah.
to come to enrich our conversation this morning. Thanks. We're still at the Accra International Conference Center, where we are observing the funeral of the former president, Jerry John Rawlings. we have not shown to you from the morning.
as for soldiers, you don't take
okay, when it comes to training, because if you are weak, all over the world, training is difficult when it comes
Papa J. I want to be like Papa J. I want to emulate Papa J. But you are not disciplined. How do you do it? You'd say, right. So I think the issue of considering one time that we will have a part of national service be a military program or force program. Either maybe we'll have to see the day that we'll have that conversation, and then we'll see how we would see the best way out of it. Because we used not to have national service. National service came to us, and we are respecting it. So if we now decide that, okay, let's add this one to it, and the future is brighter if we are able to do it, then we can add it, and then we can see a brighter future.
Yes. Gabi, I also want to add that we shouldn't give up on ourselves. At least we should keep on with the education to the public. At least with education, I'm sure people will be well informed about what COVID is doing to us, and if we wear our mask, what we stand to achieve if we wear our masks and wear them properly. Not just wear, but wear them properly, and also adhere to the COVID protocols. I think with education, I'm sure we'll be able to get somewhere.
That is very true. But unfortunately, some of us, those of us in the media, we've interacted with people, and you can see an adult who is telling you that there's no COVID. He's telling you that people want to make profit from this, and so they are selling. So you ask the question, the face mask, and when they sell when you buy the face mask, where would the money go to? Would the money go to the president? Would the money go to the IGP? The money is not going to go to the IGP. So who is going to benefit from selling of masks? The only thing is that don't fall, because when you fall ill at this time that the government is treating you, at what cost? So if I want to avoid that cost and use that money for developmental purposes, I say, please just wear your mask. This one too should be a debate. And how long can we be debating? Mr. Ante, funeral procession. When we say funeral procession, for us in the civil rule, when we say funeral procession, that is. But then when we say funeral procession, with full military honors, what does it entail? What is it?
Well, first of all, the formal name for the funeral procession is a cortege, and that works. And soldiers of the artillery unit. Yes. And then they will also be firing at the cemetery as well. So now gun carriages have been used to carry the coffin of fallen soldiers and officers at military funerals, and also holders of high office with a military connection in state funerals to their final resting place. And the practice has its origins in war and appears in the 19th century in the Queen's Regulations of the British Army. Seeing as we were colonized by the British, that practice has also been inculcated here. Yes. So then we also have the pallbearers. Now here, the pallbearers provide security to the deceased or the fallen comrade. So in the case where the body is placed on the gun carriage, the bearer party will be flanked. The bearer party flanks the pallbearers, meaning the pallbearers will come next to the gun carriage, and then the bearer party will flank them on the outside. But where the casket is in the hearse, the pallbearers will also flank the hearse, and then the bearer party will be outside. But in the situation where the bearer party carries the casket, the pallbearers flank them as they carry the caskets to provide that ceremonial respect and then security as well. Now, in this case, the pallbearers will be brigadier generals. Yes, considering his rank and his position in society as a statesman, the pallbearers who will be doing the ceremonial duty for him are almost very senior officers.
Senior officers.
Yes, brigadier generals and same rank within the other arms of service. Yes. After that, we'll have the family. and then the wreath bearers. Yes. They will come next in the procession. We'll see that. So this is the procession that will be going along the streets, but when we get to the cemetery, other players will be added. So we'll see the insignia bearers, the chief mourners, the presidential's representative, mourners in uniform, and then mourners not in uniform. And we'll also have the rear detachment and then vehicles. When we get to the cemetery, we'll see that a whole procession will be done from the gates of the cemetery towards the grave. So it's a whole ceremony that is conducted to give the utmost respect to the fallen comrade.
We're still at the Accra International Conference Center and at the funeral of former President Jerry John Rawlings. Born 1947 and died 2020 at age 73. Viewers, we're still at the Accra International Conference Center where the funeral of the late President Jerry John Rawlings is ongoing. This morning, the casket carrying his mortal remains was delivered to the family, and the casket was brought in this morning by officers of the Ghana Army, of the military, and Captain. Yes, Captain Akaku. The officers, who are those who brought in the officers of brought the casket and delivered it to the family at home?
Okay, as I said earlier, we call them the burial party, and I said they were commanded by squadron leader Ejeni Mwati, and they are made up of warrant officers. I think we have warrant officer class 1, Emisa Foster, warrant officer class 1, Yali Douglas, warrant officer class 2, Numawose Wisdom, warrant officer class 2, Na Godwin. We have warrant officer class 1, Awafu Daniel, and warrant officer class 2, Brefo Sechi Daniel, warrant officer class 1, Kwashi David, and then warrant officer class 1, Ahiale Stanley Innocent. They constitute the burial party. And when we move on to the Independence Square, where the funeral will also, the proper funeral will take place, and to the cemetery, we have other colleagues and other members who also constitute other unique groups. We have the wreath bearers, those smartly turned out ladies who would carry the wreath to be laid. We have the guns, the 21 gun salute. We have a commander in charge of them. With the military, we don't just do things in isolation. You are guided by leaders so that when things go wrong, they would answer, and when things go right too, they would answer. Yeah. So for the gun salute, the 21 gun salute, I think the commander is in the person of Captain Abdul Mubarak Yakubu from the 66th Artillery Regiment. And then the wreath, the gun carriage, as my colleague T said, the gun carriage, the vehicle that would be linked to the gun carriage, there is also a commander who is in the person of Lieutenant Jones Amwako, and he will be assisted by the battery sergeant major in the person of W1 Mate George. So as and when the developments come, whoever we recognize would let our viewers know what actually is taking place and who is in command and who are those doing exactly what they are doing.
final journey of such a great man, you have to know that 8 a.m. you start, you get closer, you get to your TV, you sit down, and then as the activities you also say a word of prayer for the former president.
In his home country of Ghana, he was simply called JJ. In the turbulent times, a nation's expectant youth referred to him as Junior Jesus.
He was a savior, honest person with high integrity.
Hero, revolutionary.
Just an ordinary, hungry, screaming Ghanaian who wants to contribute.
Visionary.
Difficulties were dissolving into chaos, and you needed somebody to actually take the bull by the horn.
Patriotic.
Let me assure you that Africa can work. It is up to the rest of the world to look beyond the prejudiced and sensational images and recognize Africa as the continent of the future.
So there was something about him which you could recognize, so you wouldn't question what he said.
This iconic figure rallied the nation.
He meant well for Ghana. If he has to pay the ultimate price, he was ready to do that for the good of this country.
His main interest is about the people.
Yet, divided opinions.
Nobody heard Papa J's side of the story.
Jerry John Rawlings. Testimonies to a Patriot.
Sing songs in praise of me, please. Sing it in praise of Ghana and Africa, the black man.
My earliest encounter was at the age of 5 years old. I had been sent to Mrs. Sam's school. Prior to that, I hadn't been to school. Those were the days where you qualified for class 1 by putting your arm around your head. But I didn't meet Jerry the first few days. What happened was that, as children will do, they tend to bully the younger ones. And I can't remember whether it was me or another young girl called Swat. And we're crying. And I remember I heard Jerry Mbaye, or Jerry is coming, you know. And I was wondering who that was. Then all of a sudden, in fact, I was expecting an adult. All of a sudden was this boy who was far taller than the rest of us because the older children were on the other side of the compound. So obviously he had crossed from that side of the compound to where the younger children were. So I was looking up at this boy, and he had this gruff voice, and he was asking, what happened, you know? So the younger children were recounting what happened, and he ticked them off. Of course, I was very quick to learn that lesson. So anytime the bigger children would try and bully me, I always tell them, I'll tell Jerry, and immediately they stop. He never knew that that was what I was doing, but I was using his name to protect myself.
He grew up here. He lived there with the mother. I think the 4th, 5th house this way. No, and so I knew him at that time when he was a young man.
We happened to live in different parts of La. He lived at the southern part of La, not far from the polyclinic, and I lived at Abomi, La. So we knew each other at that point, but then we went our separate ways to Achimota, I to Laboni, and then to England to study.
Achimota School, Accra, the alma mater for numerous prominent political and social leaders in Ghana and Africa. In the late 50s, this campus nurtured the young Jerry John, the member of School Cadet Corps who hardly went unnoticed by his peers and teachers.
He was 2 years ahead of me, and he was quite well known on campus as some person that was kind of unusual. He had a particular way of walking with his legs very wide apart and with very long steps that tend to frighten younger students like myself who didn't know why he seemed to be, so bold and intensive.
I got on well with him and his friends because I was a tomboy. And we were a bunch of boisterous students and mischievous and got up to all sorts of pranks. Jerry stood out in the class not because he was a naughty boy or notorious boy, but he seemed to do things his way, in the sense that he loved to ask the teachers questions. And the questions came, now I'm an adult, I can analyze them easily. They came in 3 different types. One was a straightforward question where he really didn't understand what was going on. The second was the kind of question that would stump the teacher. It was a question that you couldn't answer or the teacher couldn't answer, and that would really irritate them. And then the third type of question was when he would do his thing, you know, like he's acting, his arms all over the place and his face and things. And it would be a rambling question. Halfway the teacher would say, "Jerry, sit down." Then he would say, "Oh." But because of those questions, the class got to notice him, that he was different from the rest of us. You know, he was noticed by the teachers.
He was very charming, very laid back, and pensive at times. You weren't sure what was going through his mind.
My brother, my big brother, may his soul rest in peace, Faisal Abdin and Papa J were childhood friends. So I was introduced into the whole party of young, good-looking, fine, loving men. And these were, you know, and Papa J happens to be one of the bunch. And they were very, you know, sociable, very active, all over the place. They were going to change the world. So that was my first encounter, you know, of very skinny, tall guys, you know, fine guys. The other thing that came across that first year was his showmanship. He loved to act. And his hero at the time was Elvis Presley. So he would jump on his desk and then start singing, "You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog." Then he'll be playing, you know, his guitar as if he had one, act as if he was playing a guitar, with all the actions, you know, the arms up and down and the legs and everything.
Well, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, they said you were high class.
The Ghana Military Academy prides itself with professionalism, discipline, and service. These values were to become synonymous with perhaps one of the Academy's most famous alumnus yet.
I met Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings in the early 70s in the Maki Squadron, that is the jet fighter squadron of the Ghana Air Force, at the Air Force Station in Accra. He became one of our members and we all gelled very, very, very well. I remember each time we were in formation, because formation is the prime or one of the essence of the fighter squadron, fighter operation, where you have 2 or 3 aeroplanes flying together in close formation, sometimes as close as 1 meter. It was a joy flying with JJ Rawlings because he would always maintain his position. Because the thing is that follow your leader, and he will always follow and get glued to his position. But every formation, flight formation leader wants his wingmen to be in position. So that for those of you who have been watching from the ground, you will see who as if we're all tied together. That's one of his favorites, you know, and I really loved him for that.
That was Chief of Staff at the military headquarters, not far from here. Got an exercise around Sugakope in the lower Volta, with a young pilot belonging to what I call number 4 Squadron, fighter pilot, in 4 Squadron. And in this exercise, you're testing some new cars, armored cars we have bought. And he was flying one of the planes that were given what we call in the military close air support. They would come and bomb the enemy across the river, and it was a military operation. And I hadn't actually seen him face to face. But in that exercise, the way he flew really amazed me. There were 4 planes. They would come in, bomb the target, more or less simulate, and then fly away. One of the pilots was flying almost on the top of the trees. Very scary. So I said, who is this crazy pilot? I mean, behaving as if he didn't care for his own life. So at the end of the exercise, I tried to find who he was. And I got to know it was this JJ Rawlings. Then I began to take interest in him because his bravery was no, I've never seen it like this before.
The Speedbird Trophy went to Lieutenant JJ Rawlings for being the best Air Force cadet of the flying training school.
After graduating with the Speedbird Award for the best pilot, the cockpit of fighter jets and helicopters provided Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings a wider viewpoint of the deplorable living conditions of his countrymen.
Being a pilot, I think, gave him a very good visibility of the whole land. Because he was in a plane a lot of the time, he could see more of the country and he could see the differences in development and opportunity between various regions, and especially the northern part of the country, which was quite impoverished.
Sometime in 1978, we met at the wedding of my cousin, Mr. Nick Amatefio, of City FM. So at the wedding, we had plenty of time to talk. And he told me in no uncertain terms that he was not happy with the political situation in the country. He did not understand why soldiers should get involved with politics the way things were at the time. And he was generally dissatisfied. And that is when I got the impression that he was a little more than the soldier I knew.
Ghana was struggling to recover from years of political instability, widespread corruption, and economic hardships. The signs were clear on the walls.
When Jerry had left for Takoradi to do his training, we sort of lost touch with him completely. So we were not aware that he had involved himself in politics and even coming up with the idea of staging a coup or anything. It was a total surprise to us, a total surprise.
At the time we joined the service, I had a lot of hope for the armed forces, but I got very disillusioned after entering, and I realized that the system was getting to the crumbs. It was getting close to breaking down. So talking to him, I realized that there may be the need to see what we could do to keep our flag flying high. He indicated to me that there were plans afoot for there to be some change, particularly in the way the armed forces was being run, and not so much for the overall takeover of the country. So we had a series of meetings. I met some of the frontline operatives in a cell, and we were working towards it. It was dangerous, but we felt that it was our duty to redeem the image of the Ghana Armed Forces. So we were still working on it, and we had to cancel our move several times, about 20 times.
I was told this very man that I had followed had about 8 men or so with him and trying to stage a coup. But what he did didn't look to me like the coup that I knew, I've read about. It was like a protest about something.
Thereafter, the trial started. I kept in contact with the wife, Nana Kunedu, on a daily basis, and got as much information for the legal team that had come, been put in place, which Achukata and this thing, all the requirements they required from the Armed Forces regulations are made available to them. So the trial started, and I used to send his uniform to him every morning, and I got to be talking to him. He was in high spirit, and the trial started, and it started going in his favor.
When the mutiny in the military failed, and he was on trial, and he boldly came out to say that I'm responsible for everything, and that really took the country by storm. Said, who is this person?
They didn't really plan that they were taking over the country, but they knew that with the momentum, if they were able to release him, there would be an uprising. And the objective of the uprising was better propagated inside the tribunal, where the objectives were made very clear. It wasn't to take over the country, but to put things right. And at that time, the military, inside the military, particularly the young officers and the junior ranks, were very concerned about the image of the military that had gone so low. So his position in the tribunal made a lot of sense to them. And that is how come the whole system picked up like wildfire. It was a very gradual process. The first was to restore stability, sanity back into the armed forces, and then alongside also bring the economy back where it needed to be. And that was not an easy task.
On June 4th, 1979, at the age of 32 years, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings became Ghana's youngest head of state after he was appointed leader of the junior military officers who formed the Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, AFRC.
On 4th of June, there was a massive revolution. I've never seen it like this before, where the young officers of his type, many of them, and other ranks, rebelled against the military government.
In the early hours of the morning, we heard some shots in the Burma camp area, and as the day dawned, as morning became clearer, we heard that there was something going on.
All of a sudden, I realized that the firing was getting closer to my residence, which was number 55, Juma Ridge. And there, I heard my name. Somebody shouted my name, Squadron Leader Dagbe, in loud voice, "Come down. We need you." And there was a fighter plane waiting. And then I was told that, yes, you must fly this airplane. I said, where am I going? He said, no. You just fly over Accra, via Accra. For what? I said, just go and fly over Accra. This was what I was told. This was about 4:30 or 4:30 thereabout at dawn. I got there born. So that 4th June, I was flying over Accra that morning at dawn.
The whole Burma camp was on fire. He was in the guard room. His colleagues came to release him from the guard room and instantly made him leader of the revolution.
What the leadership of the June 4th uprising espoused was in sync with the beliefs of progressive elements in the country. And for me as a student activist, I got involved.
The AFRC handed over power to the civilian government to usher in the Third Republic headed by Dr. Hilary Mann.
During our short stay in power, have demonstrated openly what many people had only suspected before, namely that the holding of office in government in this country had in almost all cases been used to plunder the wealth of the nation. Ghana is looking up to you. Thank you.
Unfulfilled expectations with the PNP government and Ghana's economic decline triggered the 31st December Revolution of 1981. Jerry Rawlings once again became head of state of Ghana as chairman and leader of the Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC. But the young PNDC government would have to deal with a combination of natural and man-made challenges right from the onset. Drought, bushfires, famine, power struggle, and refugee crisis.
It was chaotic because we were dealing, as I say, with one crisis after another that you could not control, but you could deal with.
The situation was difficult. Difficulties were dissolving into chaos, and you needed somebody to actually take the bull by the horn. And he was the one who did.
Due to the economic conditions in the prevailing in those times, most of our professionals left to seek greener pastures elsewhere. But the Nigerians decided that Ghanaians were to leave their country.
One of the major turning points was the way in which, when Nigeria expelled a whole lot of Ghanaians, the way in which the PNDC dealt with it.
We had about 1.2 million Ghanaians being expelled from Nigeria. And President Rawlings set in place a committee, and they were charged with the responsibility of ensuring that our people who were expelled would be reintegrated and also resettled.
He invited me to be responsible for the evacuation of our colleagues from Nigeria. That saw the creation of a repatriation task force, which subsequently changed into National Mobilization Program. That exercise was carried out satisfactorily under his direction and leadership. Resources were very scarce, but with total mobilization of Ghanaians, they came on board to support us in various ways, some with vehicles, with food items, etc., for the exercise to be successful. One thing we did was not to create refugee camps, of course with his support, in Ghana, because in Ghana, all Ghanaians have families all over the place, and therefore, instead of holding and creating refugee camps, we disperse all the returnees, we used to call them, first to their regions, then to the districts, and then to their villages. So within about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the returnees had been dispersed into the various regions and the villages, to the surprise, to the amazement of the international world community.
You better shut up when I'm talking, okay? Do you have corn? I'm talking about planters, not diggers. Let me see you by the hand. Up. Good. Now, those of you who have the corn sacks, go and supply. But you've got corn in your left hand. Jesus Christ.
In rallying the nation to mitigate these challenges, the resilient character of Jerry Rawlings, his charisma, charm, hard work, and hands-on approach to leadership by example was brought to bear on the people of Ghana.
For him, no work was too low or demeaning for him as a chairman of the PNDC. So you find him in the gutters, you find him in the house, in the farms, you find him carrying a heavy load of cocoa on his back, or sack on his back. That was him.
To a lot of people sitting in their offices in Accra, that was pure theater. It was simplistic. But the point is, he was sending a message to ordinary Ghanaians that we don't have to wait for the IMF, for the World Bank. We have what it takes to rescue ourselves from this morass. And that's what he did.
He called on to the youth, and they responded. Arise, Ghana youths, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. We are all involved in building our motherland.
He was a soldier to the core.
He did not promote himself beyond the rank at which he staged the revolution, as most revolutionaries did in those days.
Very much committed to the hierarchy, very much committed to command and control. Knew his place in the army and stuck to his place.
For him to hold on to the ethics of the code of ethics of the armed forces, he kept on addressing us sir. Sir, those of us who were senior to him, there was no occasion that he didn't say sir to us.
It's not so surprising, because how did he get certain people to come and work with him? People that you wouldn't imagine would do so, like fishes of men.
Those of us who were his seniors had to make up our minds. This was a younger colleague in the armed forces, but had a vision. Should we go along to support him in pushing his vision through?
So there was something about him which you could recognize, so you wouldn't question what he said. So all these eminent people who came and joined, that was why they came. That's why I wasn't frightened.
With very little governance and political experience, Jerry Rawlings outlined his vision of national infrastructure development.
Most of his projects during his tenure of office were focused in the rural areas and the underprivileged areas of Ghana.
Agriculture was identified as a pillar.
Roughly about 3 years, we were able to produce so much maize that the country, the market was saturated. By 1985, we actually, from a hunger country, were able to export maize, not in peanuts, but shiploads to Angola under the World Food Program.
Health as a top priority, road and electricity as absolute necessities.
Who would have believed that remote areas of this country would have been connected to the national grid? It happened.
A bold attempt at economic recovery was put in motion. The protection of children and the vulnerable in Ghana received an unprecedented boost under Jerry Rawlings and the PNDC. The 31st December Women's Movement, led by the then First Lady, Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings, provided groundbreaking opportunities for the empowerment of women.
He had respect for women, and quite frankly, I'm not surprised that he went out of his way to empower women.
Because he had then ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, one of the first presidents to have ratified the convention. And therefore, we went on to develop the Child Cannot Wait policy. And then after the Child Cannot Wait policy, then we decided to do the Children's Act.
For the moment, the problems are so grave, and upsetting, that if we don't say anything and we don't seem to be doing anything, then it's as if we don't care about the problems of this continent. But we must be committed to our own problems before somebody else can come and help you. It's like having a household being torn apart. The people in the household are not doing anything about it. They're expecting somebody from outside to come and help. If we don't do anything about it, or be seen, to be taking an interest in what goes on the continent, how do we expect other people to do that? So the realization that we should do something about it is what has brought us here, and the commitment of some of us to want to do something about it.
He had a very close relationship with his mother, and his mother was a very strong woman. And I don't think I'd be wrong in saying that he recognized similar traits in Nana Konadu. That is why he chose her to be his partner.
That the part of it that people don't really think about is his humaneness and his humility.
During the days when he was chairman of the FRC and then the PNDC, he was on the floor, on the carpet on the floor, and people didn't believe it. So there's a man that you need time to know him, to study him.
So we were driving during curfew. So the roads were empty. There were no people walking on the streets. And we came to a traffic light which was red. And the chairman said, "Stop the car." So we stopped, and the driver looked at him. And the bodyguard looked at him and said, "Sir, there is nobody to see you. Why have you stopped? If you go, nobody will see you." They said, "Yes, but I will see me." And they tried to think, what's he getting at? He said, "I have a conscience. When I see myself do something, I can tell whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. So we're not in any hurry. There is nobody here to see us, but the light says red, so you stop and wait for it to change." So he's teaching them that whatever work you are doing, do the right thing, do it the right way.
By the end of the millennium, a fresh wind on multi-party was blowing across Africa, and Ghana under Jerry Rawlings was warming up to a representative government.
This country is not going back. She's moving only forward.
A new dawn was approaching.
The action taken by the junior officers and other ranks of the Ghana Armed Forces was motivated by a desire to bring justice, social, economic and political, to all citizens of Ghana. The main purpose of the exercise is to ensure that the gap between the haves and the have-nots, the rich and poor, is bridged.
Still to come, the adaptation to party politics, a vision for national development and a legacy of democracy on Rawlings, testimonies to a patriot. In his home country of Ghana, he was simply called JJ. In the turbulent times, a nation's expectant youth referred to him as Junior Jesus.
He was a savior, honest person with high integrity.
Hero, revolutionary.
Just an ordinary, hungry, screaming Ghanaian who wants to contribute.
Visionary.
Difficulties were dissolving into chaos, and you needed somebody to actually take the bull by the horn.
Patriotic.
Let me assure you that Africa can work. It is up to the rest of the world to look beyond the prejudiced and sensational images and recognize Africa as the continent of the future.
So there was something about him which you could recognize, so you wouldn't question what he said.
This iconic figure rallied the nation.
He meant well for Ghana.
If he has to pay the ultimate price, he was ready to do that for the good of this country.
His main interest is about the people.
Yet, divided opinions.
Nobody heard Papa J's side of the story.
Jerry John Rawlings. Testimonies to a Patriot.
The government has the obligation, the moral responsibility to be seen to be fighting against corruption all the time.
Having handed over from AFRC to civilian government in 1979, Jerry Rawlings believed government of the people must be through a representation of the people.
All of you assembled here are also the government, because the PNDC is a government that is or should be run by the people.
Rawlings.
In his home country of Ghana, he was simply called JJ. In the turbulent times, a nation's expectant youth referred to him as Junior Jesus. Revolutionary.
Just an ordinary, hungry, screaming Ghanaian who wants to contribute.
Visionary.
Difficulties were dissolving into chaos, and you needed somebody to actually take the bull by the horn.
Patriotic.
Let me assure you that Africa can work. It is up to the rest of the world to look beyond.
you're going to have a problem. Yeah, it's as simple as that. If we know that principle, and sometimes we want to say, oh, it's about freedom and it's about expression and say what people want. But I'm sorry, in the countries that we really look up to in terms of freedom of speech and expression, there are some lines that you cannot cross. You cannot cross certain lines. When there's a national situation, everybody pulls in together. It doesn't matter which side of the divide you're on. We have a national issue, yeah, so let us all put aside our differences and be national. So it's going to happen if we do not sanction people who misbehave. And in the media, you see publications where there's a lot of nudity on the front page of the newspaper, or there's coarse language, insulting language. People just get slaps on the wrists, if there's a slap at all.
If there's a slap at all.
It's a gentle tap. They say, go and sin no more. Yeah. So people now take advantage and do incrementally more serious things, because things are not being made that bad. It's as simple as that. And discipline is not about popularity. It's not a popularity contest. You discipline somebody because you love the person and you want to straighten the person. It's as simple as that. Yes. I spanked my children when they were young, not because I hate them, but I want to put them on the right track. Yeah. And somebody will shout human rights. But hey, it's a child. I got them for a child in the world, with the help of their mother, of course. And I have every right to straighten them. So it's about discipline. That's it.
Joshua, before I go to Captain Akaku, now the man lying in the casket, an energetic man, a man with charisma, a man full of strength and energy, a man who had really carried the country for about 19 years, 11 years of his of the PNDC, and now 8 years of solid democratic rule with the NDC. And he was the people's man. Now the people's man is gone. The values that he stood for, how do we ensure that those values still stay with us? Or is it that if he is the owner of the values and he is gone, then it means he's gone with the values?
It's a great question. I was listening to an interview on the BBC, and they were asking a black golfer how to make golf more attractive to black kids. And he said, take the program to the schools. Start early. Same principle. If we want to teach, get the society to become more accountable, to respect probity, love for fellow man, patriotism, we've got to have these things right from kindergarten. It's not about A is for apple, or P is for, I don't know, P for patriots, or N for Nkrumah, and then teach the children what these things are right from the early stages. So you grow up, and they do this in other countries. They teach them these values right from kindergarten. Maybe it may be too late for this current generation, but the future generations are coming. If we do this consistently from that age and take it all the way through ethics, civics, love for country, through songs, through storybooks, the history of President could be reduced to a reader for a class 1 boy. I saw a beautiful one on Justice V.R.A.C. Crabb in the bookshop, and it was great. So we could do that. We could do that for all our leaders who have gone through and left things with us. So from the very small, young age, people get to know about these people. Go to America, the kids are talking about George Washington, who died 200 years ago, maybe. But they still have kept these people. These are the values they stood for: independence, liberty, or death, that kind of thing. So we've got to bring it down to the school level. So it grows up in the children. It becomes as easy as ABC.
Captain Akaku, we are almost in almost moving to the second part of the day, and very soon the day would end, and then the next day would be the day before the burial. Then it means that we are going to put the former president to rest. Look at the beautiful production the military had put together here. Very beautiful one. Even though we know it's a funeral, but you can look at it. Everything is systematic and everything is arranged and done very well. And I know it's painstaking. You have taken time to achieve those results. When you were growing up and you were going to go into the military, did you imagine that you were going to be one part of a show
like this one, that your time as a military officer, you saw the funeral of a former president, and it was done and you were part of it, that you have to tell your children?
Thank you once again, Gabi. Growing up wanting to be a military officer, I actually didn't know this was how beautiful or spectacular things were going to be when I joined the service. But joining the service, I came to understand that the military does not just do things anyhow. They put measures in place for things to be done creditably. I'm not saying this because I'm a military officer, but I'm saying this for a fact that the military does not compromise on discipline. They always want their standards set, and it is painstaking to do rehearsals. But after today, or after the burial of our former president, now former commander-in-chief, I am sure those who actually planned this event would hit their chest and say bravo to themselves for the good work done. I am proud to be part of this day to see how things are put well for our former president, for him to rest in the bosom of the Almighty God. And I'm sure I would also be able to put something down, write something to tell my children that yes, I was part of this day when our former president was laid to rest, and I can also tell the story as we have seen in documentaries, other leaders telling their side of the story when they worked hand in hand with the president.
Have we? Jerry John Rawlings, flight lieutenant, former president, former commander-in-chief. His name was a household name. People mention it, and they mention it with confidence, and you'd see that whatever they describe is it. Now, if you hear some of the comments from people who are being interviewed, do you think that the people are being genuinely constructive, genuinely, they are being truthful? Or is it one of the issues that, no, we don't speak ill about the dead? I've had the opportunity to interview 10 people today who had gone to file past, and they've come back, and my producer got them for me to chat with. None of them were 100% in full praise mode. They balanced it. Some said, well, I disagreed with him on a number of issues, but we agreed on this issue. I didn't like this about him, but big picture, I'm not even part of his party, but I recognize him for who he was and his contribution to the development of Ghana. So that's the sense I had from everybody I spoke to, that they were just being honest, that you may not necessarily love him like your favorite uncle or relative, but hey, recognize the contributions that he made. 19 years in office, even put that aside. VAT, rural electrification. One of my guests, who was the former tourism minister, she's now MP for Techiman, I think North. South is where the issue is. North. Her father was also worked with President Rawlings. And she said, look, PNDC, the interstate law, if she's going to remember him, she's going to remember him for that law that was brought into effect. Because it meant that if a man passed away, there was no confusion over whatever assets he had. Everything was regulated by law. a former deputy finance minister talked about VAT and the importance of the financial structures that we are now enjoying that were put up in his time. And his influence is far-reaching. Another person told me of how there was a decision for the Black Stars not to take part in the African Cup of Nations. JJ Rawlings at that time reversed that decision.
Yes.
Organized, took the boys to Libya. We won, and that's the last one we
can boast of.
We've been boasting of. It's almost 40 years. You know, hopefully next year we'll be out of the desert and we'll win it again. But his imprint has been found in so many parts of our life. Of course, there are those who also don't care much about him, and I remember reading comments from people who didn't really care much about him and were even happy to know that he'd gone. But you're going to have people like that. Nobody's going to love you 100%. Sure. And people are going to love you. Someone will hate you. But over the arc of time, I mean, I'm sure history will look kindly on President Rawlings. He said this is a man who had a genuine desire to do right. You may not agree with his methods, the way he came into power. I mean, one of my guests who I was speaking today said when he went to inform President Rawlings of the passing of his uncle, at the end, we were supposed to take a photo together, and he refused to take a photo with President Rawlings because he said he didn't want to associate with the coup maker. And he said President Rawlings actually called him later on and had a conversation with him about why they did certain things. You know? So he was a man who I think wanted people to understand him. Sure. And people are balanced in their appreciation of him. Yeah. You know, there's good and there's bad. Yes. Nobody can be 100% good.
And that is the world.
And that's the world, yes.
The important thing is that what was your focus? What was the vision? And what was the direction? Did the direction give the people and the country any positive marks?
Exactly.
If it gave the people and the country a positive mark, then that is what we're all good to go with.
And the impact.
That is it.
We're still in the Fourth Republic. And that came from 92.
92. Yeah. Well, that is the longest serving. The longest serving. And for him being the first president of the Fourth Republic. First president of the Fourth Republic. And now we have the fifth president of the Fourth Republic. An indication that this is democracy that had come to stay.
Indeed.
And if we had come to see a democracy that had come to stay, now what stops us from crediting the first one and how he even decided to respect the Constitution? Exactly. Other countries, other leaders are just deciding to amend constitutions and carry on.
There are leaders who went into power with President Rawlings and they're still there right now. You know, people have changed constitutions, people have disrespected the will of the people. But in 2000, that was it. He took his 2 terms and he went into retirement. So
that is. And so now we are now looking at the story would end after 73 years. Story ends after 73 years. Leaving behind 4 strong children, 3 girls and a boy. Fortunately, one of them has jumped into politics and now a member of parliament. So part of the legislature and part of the political structures. Will you pray for the others, for the other brothers, sisters, and the brother, to also see how best they can help in the contribution, or everybody should be left alone to do what he considers to be his own taste? Kafui.
Well, I think President Rawlings himself will be the first to say that everybody can contribute to the development of Ghana, and not necessarily as a politician. He's a man for the people. So if you feel that as a banker, that's your contribution to Ghana, hey, so be it. If you are a seamstress, a welder, broadcaster, military officer, as long as we're all pulling in the same direction towards a common goal, you can shine wherever you are. You can sweep streets and be the best street sweeper in the world. It's all about excellence. Thinking about your work, doing it to the best of your ability. You go home and sleep. And tomorrow you get up and do the work again. So, hey, it depends on what they want to do. If the others want to jump into politics, hey, we should go ahead and do it. Yes. contributions can be made wherever you are.
Wherever
you are.
That's it. And so Captain Akakpo still at the laying state of the former president of the Republic of Ghana for 8 solid years. Once a soldier became a civilian, jumped out from his boots and became a civilian. And then a civilian directing the old horse, pointing the old horse to a prosperous future. And those are the results that we are all looking at. And the military, you've played your very, very solid role in guiding us come this far. Do we see that the military has finished its work? Now, immediately we talk about, immediately we asking questions, then we think that, well, military, we don't do politics, but this is what. But then you defend the country at the peril of your lives. And that is what you do, and you have done it very well. Right. And so moving on, how do you expect the youth to see the role of the military in our national development?
All right. As always said, the military is there to protect the country against external aggression. And we will do this even at the peril of our lives. All I can say to the youth, we all have the little we can contribute to see to the best of our country. So the military will do its best to make sure the country is protected and defended against any external aggression. Let's all, as citizens, contribute our quota towards the development of Mother Ghana. I wouldn't want any youth of today to come out and say that the government has not done anything for me. But I always ask myself, if you say the government hasn't done anything for you, what have you done for the country? If you contribute your quota towards the development of the country, I think we will all move toward the same direction, the same goal, and then Mother Ghana will be a better place for all of us to be.
Kafui, the next important question I would want to try and review is about volunteerism. Volunteerism. When we were kids, we used to have volunteer groups, Association of Ghana. People were they were members of the association. We moved to rural areas and things and helped put up classroom blocks. But now we see the youth that are only interested in what they will get. Volunteerism is dead. And what really saddens me is I remember when former American President Obama came to Ghana. The day he was leaving, at the airport, the VVIP, the American Peace Corps were there, their numbers. And he told all of us that the day Ghanaians will start behaving like these people, I will help you. And an indication that the spirit of volunteerism is dead. And with a youthful population like that of Ghana, how can we encourage volunteerism to ensure that these people actively participate in building the country, their motherland?
I believe strongly in learning by doing. So when I teach people how to speak better in public, first lesson, you speak. There are no notes or anything, you speak. Same principle with volunteering. You volunteer by volunteering. And so for the young people to learn about volunteering, they have to first of all also see older people doing things without necessarily asking for money. Sure. I was having a conversation with my brother and a cousin a couple of days back, and I was saying that it's sad, but if you assume that the number one value in Ghana is let me make money quickly and a lot now, if you assume that everything starts to make sense, you now understand why people do this for money. Because it appears to be the number one value now. Let's make money at all costs. Doesn't matter who you are. So somebody does something for you, a service for you, you say thank you, and they'll say, is that all? They'll tell you. You know?
We don't eat thank you.
Yeah. You see, so something has gone seriously wrong, but it's not too late. We can actually bring things back. It will take time. Yeah, it will take time. Too many things are now money. People are expecting payment for things. I mean, years ago when we finished school, we started working. We worked. You would just be an intern just to learn. That wasn't the payment. I mean, getting the opportunity to work with a company, do some work for them. For me, that was the payment because you are gaining experience. If you don't gain money, you gain experience. And experience is what you can now put on your CV that, I worked here for a year or two. They may not have been paying you, but on the CV, it's work experience. And that can translate into a job that brings you money. So we really have to work on the values. Because people work according to what they believe. We act based on our beliefs. If you believe that you must be paid for everything you do, volunteering will not be sensible to you. It will go against your beliefs. And nobody works contrary to their beliefs. We all work according to what we believe. But beliefs can be changed. We can imbibe new beliefs, we can learn new things. Otherwise, our ancestors would not have become Christians and Muslims. They had their own beliefs before other beliefs came, and over a period of time, they were able to absorb those beliefs. Yeah. So if we can, and I always bring it back to the schools. It's the schools. If in the schools we can start this whole process, you're never too young to volunteer. We can volunteer in primary school. There are certain schools. There's one private school in Dansuman where they as part of the education, they make the students go out to volunteer to teach children in deprived in the communities around them, in lesser endowed schools. So you have a class 6 student going to teach a class 3 student in the area how to read better. That's volunteering. So imagine a class 6-year-old student is 11 or 12, and you started doing that already. That your knowledge is not for you alone, but you're going to pass it on to somebody else who will become better. And that's a program from the school. You do that over generations. You have a generation of people who come up. They know that giving back, I don't have to wait till I have so much money. If I have time, I can give. If I have things in kind, I can give. It's not only money. Time too is valuable. It's even more precious. We all wish President Rawlings would have more time. I mean, those who love him would have wished that, his time hadn't ended up there. So time is more valuable than money. Yeah, so volunteering, it will have to happen consciously. We have to make people know that it's not about money. It's not about money.
It's not about money.
Yeah, it's not about money.
Captain, open day. I know the military went to open day policy because at a point in time, I think that the conversation around the army was not the pleasant one that you people were comfortable with. So you started with the open day. Now with the open day, are you sure? Are you seeing any change in the attitude of the people, tending to know that the open day has meaning, and whatever the society was describing was not a perfect picture that they were painting?
Yes, open day has actually helped a lot, I must say for a fact, because I think the perception people had out there about the military was that the military was always brutalizing people. The military was not, the military environment was not a place anybody could go. You cannot get closer to the military personnel, and if you dare try getting close, they will brutalize you. And I think it had a negative perception or attachment on the military, and the military hierarchy thought it wise that yes, if we should allow open days, that is to open the forum for the civilians to come into the barracks get closer to the military, get closer, and for us to share ideas and get to know each other better. And I think over the period of time, or I know for a fact that over the period of time, we have had lots of people coming into the barracks to learn, associate, and make friends with the military. And it has helped. It has helped. And I know our former president, lying in state now, believe or know within himself that yes, the open day has actually come to help in erasing some perception out of the minds of the civil populace that the military was not a friendly person, or the military person was not friendly, but rather a brutish. But now people have appreciated the fact that military, we are friendly and our doors are open to the general public.
That's right. Kafi, open day, military, and the civilian population, especially with children.
Sure.
Right. Do you think that it has been able to, open day has been able to achieve any positive, made any positive impact?
I think so. I've taken my children to an open day before. We had a great time. I think I had more fun than them. You know, riding on a camel and all kinds of interesting things. We went around the premise. It was great, and I think it's good. Open the doors for people to come in and see what the Ghana Armed Forces are all about. And I also think the reverse can also happen, that they can also send some officers to some of the schools to come and have chats one-on-one with people and talk about opportunities in the army. I may have joined the army if I had an opportunity. For example, when I was at university, if the army had come over, or that been open day at that time, I may have. Because I'm looking at all this stuff here, and it fills me with so much pride. And I meet my friends who are officers, senior officers, and I actually have one classmate here on your team here, who I met today. I was very proud to take a photo with and everything. They look like they are focused and serious, you know. And which young person doesn't want to be, you know, there where it's all about respect and authority and law and order and tradition. It's beautiful. Yeah, so the open day is great, but I think also a bit of the reverse action can also happen. The officers can also come to town, come to the schools, you know, and catch them young. Catch them young. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about this primary school thing. Sure. They should come down to the primary school and change people's minds from there. But some people may just catch that spirit at that age and say, I want to be a soldier. You know, I want to be a soldier just because of this officer who came and it just changed my whole perception.
Whole perception about that.
And that's it. It's service to the country. Yeah. I mean, for any officer who dies in the line of duty, what greater sacrifice is there than that? I know from personal experience, I had a cousin who died in Congo. The last day that he was supposed to be finishing his talk, hit by a stray bullet, passed. You know, and that was such a huge sacrifice. Tragedy for the family. Yes. But he served, and the time that he was in the army, he served his nation. And we're all very proud of him. We still remember him. You know? Yeah, and it's all about the legacy and the impact. So I love the open day, but I think it can also go the other way. It can also come to town. Yes. Right. Well, Captain.
Very well said.
He said you can also come to town. Come to town.
Yeah. We want to see you guys in town.
We want to see you, Captain Akaku, in the classroom. Trying to
opportunities in the army. We would love it.
I'm sure as you are saying it now, my bosses are.
They are listening. That's why I said it.
I would say for a fact that they would buy into the idea.
Yeah.
They would definitely. As it's all about sharing ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have given us what you think we should also do, they will definitely buy, they would consider, and then I'm sure something will happen.
Is the good colonel your boss?
Say again?
The good colonel. Colonel Agriculture.
Colonel Agriculture, yes. He's my boss.
I was in class with him, so I was sending him a small WhatsApp.
He's my boss.
Yeah, he was my classmate at graduate school. So we'll take the conversation to that level.
Sure.
Yes.
To that level. Now, you see, but what is moving, what is really instructive, look at it carefully. Look at COVID environment. Now, how almost everybody has come to understand that, look, these are the protocols. Let us live with it. Those who are all coming to the conference center are respecting the protocol.
Yes.
But when you get out into the streets, now you hear people with mixed conversation. There's no disease. But this is a hoax. They are making money of this. How can people behave this way in a society and a country that we want to get rid of a disease? What can really cause human beings to behave like this?
This is for me.
Yes.
Well, they are respecting the protocols here because there's no other choice. The conference center is now an extension of Birmingham. Oh yes. And it reminds me of when I first took my children to Birmingham years ago. The moment we drove in, the boisterous nature of the car changed. All of a sudden, everybody became very quiet. And then one of them asked, "Are we still in Accra?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, for a start, the motorbike riders are respecting the traffic lights."
The traffic lights.
Number one. They said, number two, we don't see any rubbish around. Number three, it's quiet. No horns. Beep, 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 beep. I said, this is Birmingham.
Yes.
There's law, order, respect for authority, and sanctions if you misbehave. We always forget about the sanctions when you misbehave. Yes. So that kind of spirit must be taken to the town. Let us assume that the whole of Ghana is an extension of Birmingham. That's the kind of mentality we need to have. Just like the conference center has now become the annex of Birmingham, where the rules are followed. You go in this way, you don't take photographs in the room, you come out this way, you sanitize, you wear your mask, no negotiation. Follow the rules. You don't have to like them. But these are the rules for order. Without rules, we descend into chaos. Even animals have rules. Lions, the father lion eats first. Woe betide the little lion, the little pup who wants to eat. You may end up becoming the dinner yourself. Follow the rules. That's all. So for us to respect the COVID protocols, we have to respect the principles behind law and order. We are seeing everything there beautiful because it's not a natural order. Discipline is not natural. It's unnatural. It's not natural.
So, Kafi, how do you feel? How do you feel when you hear the conversation now?
Yeah.
Let's revisit the penalties. The penalties are too harsh. If you are arrested, you are fined. You are fined between 6,000 and 10,000, and then if you will be imprisoned between 4 years to 10 years, and it is too harsh, and so Parliament should revisit that law and look at it because the penalty is too harsh. What do you think about the situation where we have all agreed that this is the way we are going?
Yeah.
How soon do we decide to go back to the law and do? And what do we achieve?
Yeah. We also don't want to overcrowd the prisons because if we arrest everybody and send them to jail, we're going to cause a problem that we are trying to avoid. Probably we need to look at some of the laws. I think masks should be so readily available, and the prices should really come down, so that even the police officers can even carry masks around with them. When they give it to you, it's a public health thing. You wear your mask, or a fine that is not too ridiculous. 12,000 is people are not paying 300 cedis for COVID tests. They find even middle class people find a COVID test of 300 cedis too expensive. 12,000 is really over the bar. Let's look around and see what is happening around the world. It's best practice. I've seen examples from UK and Singapore how they are handling this. That's the spirit of excellence. What is working elsewhere? We don't have to do this as if we are now inventing sanctions for people who don't wear the masks. It's happening all around. Let's see what happened in Wuhan. Let's see what happened in Singapore. Let's see what happened in South Africa. And we learn. We learn from the best practice. Ghana Army, I'm sure, learns from best practice around the world. Same thing. When Larry King died, I was sad because for me, he was the epitome of great broadcasting. I learned from him. So we can do the same. What is working in countries that have managed to enforce mask wearing? That's why we have researchers. We don't just pay them money to just sit there and love the title. Find out what's happening. If I were president, I'll say, listen, find out. I want a report by close of business today. Tell me what is working around the world in terms of mask discipline. Joe Biden came in, he announced a 100-day mask wearing challenge. That's innovative. So all of a sudden, the thing has become like a game. And people like challenges because you're going to bring in the people on social media. They say, wear your mask challenge, 100 days. It's great. So we can take things from people around. We don't have to work in a vacuum. That's the great thing about this, the life we live now. So let's examine what is happening. Yes, but enforcement is key. Let's just find the ways to do it so that we all respect it. And I'll repeat it. Let us make Ghana an extension of Bemaka. Yeah. That's my word. Let us make Ghana an extension of Bemaka. Yes.
So that we can see results.
Are we not seeing it? Are we not seeing the results on the picture?
Beautiful results.
It's beautiful. It's orderly.
Results. And with this environment, how do you catch COVID?
You can't.
How do you spread COVID? You can't.
Everybody is organized. You know, everything is going according to time. It's clockwork.
You can't spread COVID here.
Yeah, so that's it.
If they had not taken control of this, I'm telling you, by this time, the whole Accra will be here.
Would I mean here? Yes. And it won't happen because people are in charge. Yes. Yeah. And there are people are following protocols. Yes.
That's it. So we are still at the Accra International Conference Center where the laying state of the former president is going on. This is the first day, Monday, and we know from morning we have seen the filing passed by heads of security agencies. Now we've also seen the filing passed of leaders of political parties, and we got the opportunity to talk to some political party leaders here. And then we had officers, staff and officers of the former president also. Later in the day, we would see traditional and religious leaders also doing filing past, and then the general public for this day one. And before we move to, for day two, before we move to day three. That will be Tuesday, that will be tomorrow. Right. And we're expecting that day three would also be as calm, as orderly, as beautiful as we are seeing today. So far as the military will still be in charge, and it's a conference center, and the whole Ghana is aware that when you get to the conference center, these are the people in charge, and these people don't compromise. There is no discussing, no negotiation. Face masks or you don't come in at all. Stay home. That's what it's a simple and a beautiful matter as that, right? But then this is also tradition, kafui, tradition and custom. Because funeral, the Ghanaian, the way we love ourselves and the way we love our tradition, and funeral is one part that that can exhibit our culture. You'd see, and so you can see a blend of maybe the Ashanti and the Voterian culture. Everything is harmoniously linked, and it is creating a very beautiful environment for us, right? But so, Kafi, how can we say that the people have really respected, lived a certain style with it, and therefore lead a certain style with it, and therefore they had come to establish a very solid foundation for our culture and our traditional backgrounds?
I was going through my WhatsApp before I joined you, and somebody sent me a message to ask why they were hearing Adowa when President Rawlings is not Akan. And I said, But his wife is a Ghan. And they are playing the Adowa in support of his wife and his in-laws and everything. But if you want the Anglo culture and every culture, you wait. Tomorrow, Tuesday, there's a part of the program which says the traditional and customary rights will happen. So that will happen. It's a Ghanaian culture. So I will not be surprised to hear music coming from wherever. Dagomba music, Gam music, Fanti music. President Rawlings is the president of Ghana. Yeah, so I expect the whole thing to have a Ghanaian flavor, and our traditions will be respected. Definitely. There's a space in the program, and this program couldn't have come on without collaboration from just the state and the military, but the family was involved, and the traditional authorities too were involved. So we will see that flavor. There's a time for everything. So at that time, that part of the program will come to the fore, and it will be an expression of Ghanaian culture. So no worries at all. No worries at all.
No worries at all. Right. I'm now joined here with Lieutenant Judy Nuna Tay. Lieutenant Nuna Tay. From morning, we have seen how orderly the whole program has been, how orderly Ghanaians have demonstrated love, care, attention, affection for their former president. It has been very calm, and you see that expression on people's faces is that we have lost something. We have lost a great man, and he's out there, he's gone, you'd see. So it's the future we are all looking at, and they are doing all this here to demonstrate unity in the country. And as a soldier, since you people, you would really stand for that one. And I know that when you were putting all this together, I know the organizers of this wanted to achieve this kind of ambience and this kind of pictures. And we are getting the kind of ambience and the kind of pictures. How happy are you?
It gives me such great joy because, first of all, it's not a military, it's not a wholly military event, but then my fellow officers, my fellow soldiers are at the forefront. Yes. We're showing what we're made of. But here's the case where it's also a state event. So it shows that Ghanaians respect and love each other. So at this point in time, all that matters is to be respectful of the family of the late president, to embrace everything that is Ghanaian, and then send him off with dignity and respect, foremost for the family and for his memory.
And for his memory, yes, you'd see. So, Kafui, do you see that we are on a good track? Do you see that this funeral is representing the oneness in the Ghanaian society and reflecting that our desire to be together in future?
Yes, I see it as Ghanaians coming together to mourn a leader, a former president, a man of many parts. I see it. This is Ghanaians from all walks of life, from all strata of society, the high and mighty, the ordinary. Yeah, so yeah, and it's just a reflection of the man himself, who was open to everybody. One of the people I interviewed earlier was telling me about how he came to Ghana in 2006 or 7 and had to meet the president, and within 2 days he got an appointment to see the president. And everything was just open. He welcomed him, open arms, like that. And then from what I was getting from my interviewees, President Rawlings was an open person, often misunderstood, but those who got to know him closely found a different side of him, very humorous and always wanting people to understand where he was coming from. One person told me a story of how he asked, this same person asked Mr. President Rawlings, so what have you done for the Volta region. And President Rawlings talked about, okay, we've done some roads, we've done some hospitals. And the man said, but you haven't done enough. And then, the response he said, President Rawlings told him, he said, if I concentrate on the Volta region, people will complain and say that I am discriminating. And because I'm from the Volta region, I'm putting all our resources there. So we have to balance it. So this is a man who was thinking about how people even saw him. Yes. And I got this from all these interviews that I had today. So it's a real blessing to listen to these people, because I'm putting together a picture of the man from the various things they told me. So Ghanaians are expressing themselves and showing their respect, coming out respecting the protocols, and coming out to have a last look at the man who was definitely larger than life. Yeah. I mean, that was the feeling I had when I also did my file pass. Looked at him and I said, oh wow, the action man is lying down. You think about your own mortality too. You see, when you see somebody lying down like that, you know that one day the train will come for you. Yeah. So that's
how will the people describe it?
That is it. Yeah. So yeah, I think we are all coming together, and we are mourning a great person.
We're coming together and mourning a great person. Right. That is Papa J for you. And if you really see the pictures of both young and old coming in to pay their respect, it tells you that the man lying there at 73 is not only attracting the old, but even the young ones. You'd see young ones coming in, and here you cannot say that they've been pulled by their parents to come to pay their respect. Others would just want to say, I want to pay my last respect. This is what I want to do. And some of them will be motivated by the values that this man stood for in real life. And that is the foundation for a prosperous and a better Ghana. So it is now up to all of us to recognize this and see how do we support this and make sure that there is a healthy conclusion for all of us, and then the country will be the benefactor of it in a very short time. Right. Lieutenant, this is sometimes when I see tradition. This generation, younger generation, they don't believe in this cultural traditions. They don't believe in it. For them, their own is not. They will tell you, some of them will tell you, it's your generation. When you are even looking at high life music, you are looking at Bobobo, you are looking at Adowa, you are looking at, is that why do I care about this? Right. For them, it's all about whatever they are doing in school, and that is where it ends. Right. But then, if I looking at your body language, it looks as if you are enjoying the tradition, you are enjoying the culture, you are enjoying the samba mood of it. Why you not with the other younger generation, and rather you want to be with the older generation? Are you not behind time, or you have lost your direction, or who is whipping you to not to be with your generation and appreciate that this is our tradition, this is our culture.
I suppose it comes with the times and the education, so to speak, because I would say it also comes from home, because when your environment influences you, that's what I think basically. Your environment influences you, and I don't want to express any personal views, but what is done around you should be able to teach you. You should be able to learn from what is done around you, what the elders around you believe in, what they understand. You should be able to impart that down to you. And from my point of view, my mom is quite a traditional person.
Yes. Believes in this.
Yes. So it's passed down. So I think, and in the schools too, some of the traditions are also passed down depending on which environment you find yourself in. And maybe we're losing touch with how traditions are passed down to the youth of today. That's what I think.
That's what you think. Kafu, I remember one time, former President Rawlings, one of his quotes, he said, "You see, you should respect me for who I am.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just decide to direct me wherever. You can come from your France, you can come from your Italy, you can come from your America or whatever. But respect who am I, who I am. You understand?" And I think he was giving an answer to when he was giving names to his children. And well, they were wondering why. Why is it Zanato? Why is it Yasantwa? Why is it Amina? Why is it Kimaki? And it is not Gabriel, it is not Joseph, it is not... why? It's not that. Then he said, "Look, please, you leave me. Let me have my own belief and let me carry my own thing." But we have now moved into society where even our local names, we are losing them. We're looking at our local names. You are Kafui. She is Sanano. Nuna. I am Kwekwe Sante. But now you get to your place and then now the name is either Nishira, Adom. This is what is happening now. Now, do we think that with this, as a media person, can we have a direction and a focus on our traditional values? If this is the way we're supposed to travel, it will get to a time when you mention your name, nobody will know where you come from. Nobody can locate you.
Yeah.
And would that not be worrying?
You've raised a lot of very interesting points. I think a lot of it will boil down to confidence in yourself. Really. I have an English name too. I just haven't used it for a long time. In fact, my father wanted to give us all just Ewe names, and my mother negotiated with him, and then we ended up having both English and Ewe names. But my children don't have any English names. All my children have Ewe names. It's about the confidence and how you see yourself. If you see yourself as subservient to somebody else, your actions will flow from that belief. It's belief that determines action. So how you see yourself will determine what you do or what you say or how you name your children, what you consider to be beautiful or not. So we'll have to work on our beliefs, really, yes. And it can be done at the macro level, You can decide that, listen, we want Ghanaians to be more patriotic or love the country more or do more for... And then if that's the big vision, then it will translate into small things that we have to do. I mean, something as basic as not spitting in the streets. I was reading Lee Kuan Yew's autobiography, the founder of Singapore. And they had a problem with people just spitting in the streets. And he decided that this, first of all, is not hygienic. And number two, it will affect tourism, because no tourist wants to come to a country and then find out everybody's spitting around the place. Don't come, So they just instituted a campaign right from the schools on why you should not spit. So public policy, And it took years, but now nobody does it.
Nobody does it.
Yeah. So if we want to change our orientation, we can. But we have to first of all decide and then take the action. It is a conditioning. So whatever we want to do, we can. If we decide first. Yeah. So the traditional and the values and things, if we decide that these are things that are important to us, then you will see that we will start producing books in Tree and other things, because we realize that we don't want to lose the language. We'll do it, no matter what it costs, because it's not about money. It's about, let's preserve the culture, let's preserve the traditions. We'll look for traditional games and songs that we can teach our children, instead of Baba Black Sheep and London Bridge is falling down, which has no bearing to me in Blamazado or Abokobi or Nyakwanduri. What am I going to do with London Bridge is falling down? But if we decide that the culture is going to prevail, then our actions will now flow from that. Yeah.
Mindsets of the people.
That's it.
We claim it's supposed to be the area that we need to tackle and try to change and shift. Right.
Mindset.
Is it easy?
No, it can't be easy. It's like discipline.
To touch the mindset.
It's like discipline. I mean, if you want to do 100 push-ups, you can't do 100 push-ups today.
Yes.
If you haven't done any push-ups before. If you start with 1, then you do maybe 5, then 10. Then before you know, you're doing 100. It can't be easy. Nothing good is easy.
It cannot be easy.
No.
That's right. Yes. So, Luna, we are still at the Accra International Conference Center. The filing past the mortal remains of the former President, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. He is finished. Has stayed with us. He's finished. Born 47. Died 2020 at age 73, and by Wednesday, his mortal remains would be put to rest permanently, and then we still have life to live. We have to still have a Ghana to run. We still have the military to carry on with its drive, and then we still have the people that we need to accommodate, and we still have the younger ones or the open day to continue with, so that we can achieve the long-term result we want to get for Mother Ghana. Right. Now, look at the serene environment here. Look at the beautiful environment here. Look at whatever people have been able to put together to help us achieve. And can you be so sure that Ghana is on the right track? That definitely the people would embrace quality, would embrace mindset changes, would embrace what is, because I know those who came here or those who are here would see how beautiful it is, and they know this is a creation of the military.
So many players, so many groups involved.
Yes, but
it's also solely a military effort.
But somebody would say the drivers of this vehicle, the drivers, is the military. And because they are driving the vehicle, everybody knows that for the military it is discipline. This is the way we are going, and this is the way we are going. Right. If you don't want to go this way, you can wait. When we finish going this way, then you can also go and amend and change it somewhere and bring it later. But this is the way we are going, and that is the way we are supposed to. And I know sometimes I said tough decisions must be made. And in developing every society, there are decisions that we need to make sure that we are on the path to development. Definitely, from here, day 2 will come here tomorrow, and we will still be doing the filing past. And then day 3, day 3 before we move from here to the Black Star Square, definitely the situation would now be, we're now moving for the funeral rites. And when we move to Black Star Square, as usual, I know it is still going to be a very beautiful environment like this. And all of us will be enjoying that beautiful environment, because I know, looking at it, we are going to go through, we are going to go through some principal streets. The coffin will go through some parts of Accra before it will find, from the Black Star Square before it moves to the cemetery. It is going to go through some principal streets.
Yes.
And it will give people the opportunity to recognize and appreciate that this is a former president that served this country and served this country very well.
Yes.
And we are going to put him to rest. So this is where. And the people will agree and line up the streets. And I don't think that anybody would complain about, this is what has been structured for us to follow to achieve the results we want. And the results in the end will be very beautiful. Right. And so what should stop us from making sure that we take tough decisions to guide society to an appreciable conclusion?
Sometimes decisions can be made, rules can be made, procedures may be put down, but there are sometimes some elements that try to disrupt things and then find their own way. But it's our hope and our prayer that everything goes smoothly. Yes, but whatever be the case, we have contingencies available to deal with every situation. But by and large, we are hoping that, especially Wednesday, once the procession is going around, people will be respectful and mindful and then behave the way they are supposed to, especially with the COVID protocols in mind.
Especially with the COVID protocols, and that is at Kafue, especially with the COVID protocols. Because on that last lap, that is where the man who's been loved by those people, they will get out there and it will be in their numbers. Then we will see social distancing thrown out. Now, if you are not very careful, even masks would not be there. People would remove the masks and be shouting, those will be crying, and so all the other things would come. And we know the issues that really around COVID is when you are not protecting whatever saliva is coming from your nostrils and your mouth, that is where COVID spreads.
Exactly so.
And this is what is likely to happen. Because people will be weeping uncontrollably, they will be shouting, and that is where the whole issue is. How do we ensure? Because you can't tell anybody not to shout. You can't tell anybody not to weep.
Yeah, but I can confirm that you can speak with a mask covering your mouth and nose.
But people are saying that
I have done it. I've emceed a 3-hour event just 2 days ago, full mask on my nose and on my mouth. People wanted to take photos and said, "Oh, drop the mask so you take a photo." I said, "Drop what?
What?
We're in the middle of a raging pandemic, and events can be super spreaders if people don't take the precautions." So I did my walk yesterday. Walked 5K in the morning with my mask on. So in the beginning, last year I was thinking, how do you walk and wear a mask? But I tried it, and it works. It works. So you can walk with your mask on. You can talk you can cry with your mask on. And so we just, and one thing I'm not really happy about is the communication on the wearing of the mask. I don't understand why people will keep quiet with the mask on, and then when they want to talk, they drop the mask.
They drop the mask.
I just do not get it for the life of me, you know.
So some of them will tell you, I don't think they can hear me clearly, and so that.
Would you want to sit on a ventilator? Is that the option? Because that's the option. If you don't like the mask, would you prefer a ventilator? You see, so we need to get the communication out in the media, animations, little skits. I'm not really seeing a lot of communication on this. And I don't think the media houses have to wait for anybody to do that. They can actually, of their own accord, put these communications out, because they have huge audiences on social media, huge audiences on the terrestrial media. The message has to go down to the people. Wear the mask. You can talk in it. You can walk in it. You can cry in your mask. Yes, because you want to be safe. I go to pharmacies and they say no mask, no entry, but the people in the pharmacy are not wearing a mask. So what is the yesterday I had to talk to a roadside preacher during my walk. I had to first of all, he was disturbing, and he was not wearing his mask. So I asked him, "Where's your license? Where's your mask?" You know, he hasn't come back again because. So we need to just respect the protocols, and we need to communicate it. Once we have the power of the microphone, we have to let people know that wear your mask, observe your social distancing, sanitize, wash your hands, constant. Yeah,
that's right. So it looks as if it is therefore clear that we should be each other's keeper.
Indeed.
Those of us who know that we can talk with a mask on,
yes,
should be able to. When you see someone and the person is not wearing the mask,
you've been here since 9 o'clock. You've been here since 9 talking.
Yes.
And the mask is on.
The mask is on.
Yes. I've done 10 interviews with the mask on. So it's not, it's a life and death thing. The mask prevents, you know. I'm even wearing 2.
Yes,
I'm still talking.
I'm still talking.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Thank you.
Good, sir. We can hear you. And so I think it is time that as a people, we just don't only demonstrate or show love for one another just in public places, but we should also be able to show affection and show support
sure.
to our colleagues.
Indeed.
But when the person is not doing what is right, I think you should have confidence to tell the person that, please, where's your mask? If you don't have your mask on, you can't talk to me.
Exactly. I just saw, my wife just sent me a video of some security officer caning somebody who was not wearing his mask. Well, I just wish the caning was on the law books. Because if it's on the law books, then if that's the punishment, fine. If you feel it, probably the next time you wear the mask. But people should also take their law into their hands, own hands, and do the wrong thing.
And it is some of these things that would really start subtracting the responsibility from the enforcement, and then you see almost everybody descending and then trying to throw the baby and both the baby and the
bathwater. Yes. So let's do what is within the law, and people must also know that, listen, it is you are protecting yourself when you wear the mask. You're protecting yourself.
Sure. Right. So I think we are still at the Accra International Conference Center, the venue for the laying in state of the former president, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. Man born in 1947 and passed on 2020 at age 73. He has really lived the time he has lived in. He has served this country, and from the best of our understanding, he has served the country very well. He has played his part, and Ghana is what it is now because of And interestingly, you know, this venue was commissioned. Commissioned by Lieutenant Rawlings.
Indeed,
yes. That is the NAM conference.
Yes, 1991, 9th August.
9th August.
This is when President Rawlings commissioned this, and the plaque is right outside there.
Yeah.
It's such is life, huh?
Such as life.
He commissioned something, and then
that is where.
Later, then they come and lay you
in states in there. Yes. But it also tells us how, if you really do development, in the end, you'll be part of the you're part of those who will benefit from that.
Indeed.
If you have not done this, and we don't have anywhere, where would we have sent you? Maybe we would have gone to a school park or built tents there and then had done this. That's the reason why now it is incumbent on almost everybody that if you know you have the capacity to change, you have to be a healthy agent of change, so that in the end you will give your people a proper place.
There's a story of a gentleman who worked with a company that made buildings. He had worked for a long time, and I think nearing his retirement, he had to build one last building before he retired. And this guy was normally known for good quality, but he just, for some reason, decided to lower his standards and then build something shoddy, haphazardly built. And lo and behold, as part of his retirement package, the boss said, the last house we build is the one that you retire with. Can you imagine? You held all your standards so high, through, and then the last building that you were supposed to have worked on, you dropped the standard, and unfortunately for you, that's the one
that is one they're giving to you.
Yes.
So this one is going to kill you.
That's why, and that's why I one of my teachers said, you always do good work every time. Man, thank you.
Yes.
Nuna said it right. The good lieutenant said it right. Maintain your standards.
Your standards.
All the time.
And that is what the words that Papa J would always tell you. The integrity. Your integrity, you don't play. You don't play with your integrity. If you reduce your integrity, then one day it will be in front. It will be in front of you. The negatives will be in front of you.
Like I said before, these are the tenets of the officer cadet. Integrity. A cadet will not lie. A cadet will not cheat, and will not tolerate those who do so. It's the basic foundation at the academy.
Integrity, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Basic foundation at the academy.
And you still remember those lessons?
Yes.
Yeah.
You are made to read out the words all the time. It's there. It's along the walkway into the accommodations. It's always there. The cadets will not lie. A cadet will not cheat and will not tolerate those who do so.
You see the programming?
Yes.
Yeah. So imagine that if parents were also putting up these signs along the walls of their children's rooms or in the you shall not cheat, you shall not lie, you shall do the right thing. What are the other tenets, Lieutenant? Cadet shall not cheat, cadet shall not lie.
And you will not tolerate those who do so.
That's it. Say. And if imagine if you have a generation of people who think like this. You will not lie, you will not cheat, and you will not tolerate anybody who does that.
Who's doing this?
End of story. End of story.
So how do you explain your behavior if you tolerated this? How do you explain?
Yeah.
You have no explanation to give. And if you cheated, how do you explain? So why did you cheat? And you know you're not supposed to. If you are lying, and you know you're not supposed to lie, so why did you lie? See, so these are. I think education is quite important.
It's key.
But it gets to a time that some people get confused. They say, well, how long can we be educating the people? You're educating the person
for life.
You finish talking today. You finish talking right now. Then the next minute the person is doing the same thing.
Because it doesn't end. It's like eating. Is there any end to eating?
You can't end eating.
We'll eat tomorrow if we're alive.
If you're alive, yes.
Brushing of our teeth. We have to brush our teeth every day.
Yeah.
Twice a day.
Yeah.
It doesn't end. Oh, today I had a great teeth brushing session. Look at my teeth. And then that's the end. No. In the evening you brush your teeth again.
Brush again.
And then in the morning you brush. It's continuous. It's like motivation.
Yes.
It's not just one big motivational event you go to. You motivate yourself every day.
Every day.
Yeah. So it's got to be. It never ends. My late father said learning never stops. It's only when they lay you in state for people to come in. That's when your learning has to. But the learning still continues because other people are learning from you laying down there. Yeah. We're also thinking about ourselves. Yeah, so learning never stops. Never stops.
Right, so still at the Accra International Conference Center. With me in the studio, I have Kafude, a broadcaster, and then Lieutenant Judy Nunate. Right. Judy, it has been, somebody would say, by this time, as for soldiers, I know you people, you don't have short times. Nothing at all is a teapot. Everything is business. When it is business, it's business. When it is not finished, it's not finished. And so, while the civilian will start talking, I have sat down for about 5 hours already, and start calculating that one. For the soldiers, they know that I have not finished.
That's true.
And so that is what we're supposed to do. And when you are even talking about you're not finished, and when you even suggest, but this is against your human rights, Captain will tell me, Captain Akakpo will tell me, but you knew that you have been given a job to do. So if you've been given a job to do, you've not finished your job, and you are talking about human rights. So if you don't finish the job, that is when you are rather destroying your human rights. Because now you have to get punishment for not doing their work. And that one, who caused it?
It's about completing the mission. Yeah, it's about complete. I read a story of one Japanese soldier who had been on an island for 30 or 40 years after the World War ended. I think he was defending the territory, and then when they finally found him, he handed over the flag to the authorities, and he says now his mission is over. 30 or 40 years after World War II ended, this guy was on this island, and then they found him, and he said he was defending it. For the nation.
I was brought here to this flag, to hand the flag.
So he handed it over to his authorities. They said,
now that I have handed over
my mission is over.
Now my mission is over.
That's it.
That is it. So you see the commitment.
It's crazy.
That is it. And
it's crazy. Yeah.
Well, if you don't understand,
and those things
you
are
might
motivation.
think that the person is not serious.
Yeah, but it's motivational. I mean, if you think about it, 30 years.
And it's a training. It's a training the person got. That, look, this flag that we're giving to you, you don't drop the flag, you don't give it to anybody.
Yeah, hand it over to the right people.
Hand it over to the right person. So all his motivation was to make sure that I give it to the right person.
And that was it.
That is when I finished my job.
My mission is complete.
So now my mission is right. And so just as Rawlings will tell you, he has a focus, he has a direction, he has determination to do this, and he's finished He's finished his term. He's finished his political, his democratic term, and now he is in private life, still talking about quality of lifestyle, quality of life. And now that he is sleeping,
his mission is over.
Mission is over.
Yeah.
Now, who can fault him for what happens today? You can't fault him for what happens today. It's, all that we can do is to account for whatever he has done during his time as leadership. Lieutenant Dunate, I am watching my friends.
Yes, that's the recover position.
Yes.
Now they are paying the compliment. Go back to the recover position, and those who are being relieved will go to carry now, whilst the others assume the somber position.
Okay. So if you understand this thing, then you know, you quickly, even if you don't know who had walked there, immediately you see the recovery and you see this one, then you know that the one who had now put the sword down and his hands on it is the one who has taken
over now. Yes.
So the other one there with the sword still pointing up there
is at carry position. Yes.
He's not going to walk away.
And how long is this particular, how long are they there for? 20 minutes, 15, 20?
15, 20
minutes. Okay, all right, okay. It's really inspiring, man.
Very inspiring.
Yeah.
Very inspiring. You see, it's one.
You know, sorry to interrupt, but the sword is turned down or reversed because we are not hostile. We are in mourning. We are somber. We are quite sad. So that's why the sword is reversed. You know, when you are in a hostile, how do I say the mood is hostile. Your sword is ready.
So you are ready. You are ready to use.
Yes, but in this case, it's the opposite. It's the reverse. So we reverse the arms to portray that.
That's for you people and your wealth.
So even as the funeral goes on, you see that the soldiers will also line the streets on Wednesday when the procession is going on. So they will also adopt the same posture with their rifles reversed. Yes. With their heads bowed, their hands resting on the butt of the rifle. It also depicts the same posture, that we are not hostile, we are mourning. So we adopt the same posture as a mark of respect to the deceased. So about 600 soldiers have been deployed to line the streets to undertake that. Yes. So along the principal routes that the procession is going to take, you find the soldiers along the route in this position.
And I'm looking at the uniforms. So are all the divisions of the armed forces represented, or is just a random selection?
They are all represented.
Okay.
In the tan brown is the army officers.
So they're present at 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
Now in the black uniform, the black service dress, the naval officer.
6 o'clock or 12 o'clock?
12 o'clock.
At the top, okay.
Yes. And 6 o'clock is the Air Force officer.
Okay.
In his service dress as well.
And 3 o'clock?
So the service is also an army officer, the tan service dress.
Okay.
So their colors will identify them. The tan is the army, black is navy, and then the royal blue is the Air Force.
Okay. So we have two armies at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
Yes.
12 o'clock is navy.
Navy, and then 6 o'clock is the Air Force.
Okay. Because he was in the Air Force, does the Air Force take a special role, or this is just an armed forces event?
It's an armed forces event.
Okay. So there's no special role for the Air Force. Okay.
But then, as you can see himself, he's also dressed in
Air Force
the Air
colors.
Force ceremonial.
Yes. With all his medals on his chest.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But then he will not be buried with them. He'll be taken off and then presented to his family.
Okay.
So that's when, as I mentioned earlier, in the procession to the cemetery, that will be in the care of the insignia bearers. So they will carry that, and then once the moment is due, to be presented along with the flag to the family.
So the family gets the flag as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I think it will be good for everybody to get a soldier in the house, so that one day you also get a flag. Day One Day. The family can also get the flag. That we can all say that yes, this is our contribution to building, developing the motherland.
Yeah. Getting some feedback that they're enjoying our coverage of what's going on here, learning a lot from what you're saying. So, kudos to all of us. Yeah.
That is why it's always important that we have the professionals being part of a conversation, so that the narrative would not be for anyone. It's from the professional point of view.
Exactly.
Now, because immediately we say this one is a full military honors funeral. Now, those parts of it that really reflect militarism, who explains them?
Exactly.
It should come from them. And then when they are speaking on it, see how comfortable and how easy she went about it. It comes off just like that. Like speaking with a very calm but steady voice, and it is firm and it is explained just as that. Yes, we still see the ordinary people coming in from all walks of life, and look at the woman following the last woman. You see, this is an ordinary Ghanaian.
Yes,
this is an ordinary Ghanaian, and she's happy that she's been able to, because maybe all her life this is somebody she had loved, and so if the person is going to rest finally, I want to say bye-bye to her.
I spoke to a Kada like that. A Kada, one Rebecca Quay. She was one of the Kadas in the early days of the revolution. And she was speaking in so much passion and heartfelt emotions about her association with President Rawlings. Back then he was called Chairman Rawlings.
Chairman Rawlings.
Yes, and she was just running me through her interactions with him, and I could get a picture of the kind of interaction, the kind of engagement he had with her, and he knew these people by name, or he's calling her Auntie Becky. She says she saw him for the last time at his mother's funeral, and he had a chat with her and said, "Oh, Manabo, see you later," and he's now seeing him.
He's not seeing him later.
So those little snippets from those conversations gave me a picture, a nice composite picture of the kind of person he meant to them.
And he is one person. If you look at the pictures that we've seen, some of the videos we've seen, look at the people that he interacted with, and if you see the pictures and you see the joy from the people, you'd see that they love seeing him, and they were happy they have met him. And if you look at the whole situation, it is just clear that this is a man that had really lived with the people, and the people lived with him. And they have a lot of confidence and trust in him, that they know when it gets to him, you will see justice. And the whole thing, it's all about giving justice to the people, letting the people feel that when it gets to, when push comes to shove, look, when this man is there, nobody can cheat you. And that is what we are all looking at. That is the man lying in the casket in front of all of us. Listen to the background music, so quiet, so calm, right? And it's supposed to really let you know that we are at the tail end of an important life.
Indeed. Well, I just got a message. And the person is saying, hey, kudos. It says, this coverage will be an inspiration to a young child out there to emulate a great statesman. It could reignite the dead spirit of patriotism and the will to serve country and fellow man.
Yes.
This is just that's the point.
And that's the future.
Yes.
That's the future.
Yeah.
How do we get a younger one also to think the same way?
Yeah.
and want to be like him. And if they want to be like him, who supports them to be like him, how do they get the support? And how will society look at it? Because we've gotten to where sometimes almost everybody wants to get money. And we want to get money at a very fast rate.
That's the problem.
And so we sacrifice everything.
Yep.
So the probity, accountability, and integrity, and the social justice, they all don't make sense. When you talk all this, you mention all these things, and you are speaking grammar.
Yeah.
In the end, he said, "What do I take home?" That's it. So this is where we've got into, that is where it becomes difficult for society to manage. And then it means you need people who can make decisions, who can really speak to the hearts and minds of people, the hearts and minds of the younger ones. And I like it when, Kafi, you said maybe our generation, but then the younger ones.
Of course, there's always hope.
Yes.
When there's
the
life, there's
ones.
hope. And there's people coming up. It's a continuum. So the younger people can pass on the torch. We can pass the torch on to them, and then they move.
They move.
But it has to be deliberate. We have to make these things.
You should make sure
part of growing up. It should be part of your growing up, like they do in other countries. Yeah. I was reading about how in Japan, when there's an earthquake, the youngest child in kindergarten or primary knows what to do. Because the same principles with the military rehearsals. They rehearse what will happen, what you should do if the earth starts shaking. So one reporter was talking about how he was in Japan when there was an earthquake, and the whole thing was just unnatural because nobody was screaming, nobody was shouting for God to come and save them. They knew exactly what to do. Get out of the way of falling buildings. Don't use a lift. Process calmly to this place. Make sure that you're all accounted for. Let's leave the place. They start these things when they're in kindergarten and primary. So they know what to do when there's an earthquake.
No
panic. And we know the earthquake zones in Ghana.
Yeah.
So why don't we have this kind of education for the schools in those areas? In the event of something that will happen there.
Yes, what to do.
Yeah. So it's just once you learn the things from when you're very young, it becomes part of you. So we can learn it.
It can be done.
Oh yes,
it can be done.
Me, I'm an optimist.
With the right human resource.
It
can be done.
I'm an optimist.
And definitely when it gets to this particular situations, I'll tell you that my right human resource are the military. Let them lead. And let's follow.
You should follow, eh?
Yes, let them lead.
You're putting pressure on Lieutenant Nuna and happy.
Because you see,
they want to do their own thing quietly at Bama camp. They have the various bases. They don't want to come and do any business
they have
governance.
The capacity.
Yeah.
And they have the temperature to accommodate the capacity.
But you see, we can learn the principles.
Yes, and so
without being soldiers, we can learn the principles.
So they should teach us.
They've been teaching us.
So
you don't want to learn.
That is where your reverse situation, your reverse open should. I think it is very good.
Right. Well, civilians before we all just need a little bit of conditioning and a little bit of training. Personally, I was at the military academy for 6 months. Being that I was enlisted as a short service commissioned officer, so my enlistment allows me to serve for a period of 10 years.
Okay.
Yes. So for that period of time, being that enlistment is for professionals. So you find doctors, lawyers, midwives, imams, chaplains. Those of us who have some extra qualifications fall under that category. Yes. So then we train for a period of 6 months. And then yes, it's quite intensive compared to the regular career course because they go for a period of 15 months training. And then their course entails more. But then those of us who are in this for the 6 months, it's like a crash course. So all of that, all of the drill, the tenets you're supposed to adopt is instilled in you within that period of 6 months. And sometimes it comes on all of a sudden, but then you are conditioned to deal
to survive
with
it.
Yes.
Yes. Because you are motivated to go to do this one, and so whatever it takes, I have to survive this.
Once you've signed the sheet and taken yourself there, you should be able to deal with deal with it. Yes.
So this is like a traditional Ewe song. It's a war song. Yeah, that the regimental band is playing it really nicely. Yeah. So for the person who was complaining about, I'm not feeling the Ewe, well, the music is there.
Everything is in there.
Everything is there. Exactly. They played enough. Yeah.
Everything is in there.
Everything is there.
This is Ghana for you.
Yeah.
It's just about knowing the tunes and knowing the music. So
Exactly.
if you know them, you'll be able to recognize
Exactly
which one
so.
is being played.
Exactly.
So no one is being prioritized
At all.
It's just Ghana today.
It is Ghana. It is Ghana. Ghana first, Ghana second, Ghana third. Everything it's about Ghana. And if you really focus your attention on Ghana, I don't think that you would even start asking questions about, yes, my people are
There's
coming
another
in.
Catapulco party coming.
Yes.
Yeah. I think 50
People are
minutes
coming.
have gone.
Yes.
I'm wondering, is it the same? Maybe you have 4 sets of 4 different parties that rotate, or one party goes, they don't come again. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
The number is actually about roughly 60.
Okay, 60.
Yes.
Okay, so that's
So,
enough rotation.
yes.
Yeah. So
That's what was prepared. So
Yeah,
anything
okay.
at all, almost every group gets enough rest.
yes,
before the
exactly.
number.
Yeah. So in every hour you use 4 parties possibly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So you rest his hand on the basket of the sword,
Mm-hmm.
and then slowly bow his head.
Okay.
Then all this time, the other parties are waiting for the signal to be given for them to retire.
Ah. This is Navy.
Yes.
Yes.
So once the other party leaves, you dress into the
To the
position he left.
position that he
Yes.
left. So that means that the original position is here. You came to stand outside it. So when immediately he leaves,
You
now-
dress.
You're dressed to take
That shuffle that they do.
Yeah.
It's dressing. You take your dressing.
dress into place.
Yes.
Discipline.
The spot has been marked. So once you know that your other colleague is gone, you just dress into place.
Well, in our civilian world, this is a place. I'm standing here. I just came to take over from you.
Oh no, they also do it. If you check out the serious event planners, they don't mess around with these things. They put marks where you're supposed to stand and do your interview. So you come, you stand there because of the camera angles and everything. Yeah. It's just the principles, Too far.
The officers during the catafalque, they are between the ranks of colonel and lieutenant colonel.
Oh, these are really high up. Okay.
They are senior.
Yeah. Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the equivalent rank for the Navy and the Air Force.
Okay.
It's the officers who will be playing the role of the pallbearers who are also quite senior. They are brigadier generals.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll see them on Wednesday, when the body leaves the Independence Square on the gun carriage.
Okay.
So they will flank the gun carriage,
Okay.
whilst the bearer party flanks them on the outside.
Okay.
Yes.
So the ones here are Lieutenant Colonels
And colonels.
Colonels. Okay.
Serious respect for the commander-in-chief.
Yes. Not just the commander-in-chief, any high-ranking statesman who has done something to
deserve
the honor.
Yes. The state government.
So on that day, you will see that the pallbearers, once they are there and they take position, they are arms. And arms in this case, I'm referring to weapons. Their arms will be reversed in their armpits, under their arm, whilst they hold the sword in the front and they grip it from the back. Also symbolically showing that we are not in a hostile position, we are mourning. So the arms are reversed, the sharp edge of it is reversed to the back. Yes. The firing party will also be in the procession. Their rifles will also be reversed in the same manner.
I wonder whether there will be a flight past. When I was asking, since the commander-in-chief was also in the Air Force, will there be a flight past at some point, maybe on day 3?
Yes, there will be a helicopter escort on that day. Yes. They'll be flying over the Independence Square and will also escort the procession at certain points in time.
Okay.
So the escort helicopter will be the Z9 EH and will be in the capable hands of Squadron Leader Abuaji, assisted by Flight Lieutenant Opong and Flight Lieutenant Kanga. And then they will also have the honorary flyover at the cemetery bearing the Ghana flag. And that flyover will be conducted in the MI-171SH helicopter in the capable hands of Squadron Leader Mustafa, assisted by Flight Lieutenant Nyako Mensah, along with their trusted flight technicians. The Z9 is Chinese made and has been in the service since 2015, whilst the MI is a Russian made helicopter and has been in active service since 2012. I'm sure once the escort flyover and the honorary flyover at the cemetery is being conducted on that day, we'll give the same information as well. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, these people knelt down as a sign of respect. Were there some parts of Ghana where that's how people show respect? They actually kneel. Yes, or kneel down.
Now let us now look at Rawlings as the man for the people. It is not easy for people to attract affection and to really capture the minds of people. How do you think Rawlings was able to really live that and hold it? And till today, he is loved by the people. How did Rawlings do it?
I think it was just in his nature to identify with everybody and with common, the common or the ordinary person. I remember the only interview I had with him was at the launch of Azuma, the professor's book, and we had a brief chat, brief interview after the book launch, and he spoke about his affection for the Professor Azuma. And later on I spoke to Azuma also about this, and he said because Rawlings really looked out for him and really helped him launch his career, and he could never forget the kind of assistance that he gave him when he was not a champion, when he wasn't a champion. So it's not like he's become a champion, so now he's best buddies. The hard days, Azuma's hard days, President Rawlings was looking out for him. And he just had this common touch with people. He was able to flow with them do the things that they do. Put aside the niceties and the protocol and the formality. I remember one phrase he used to say. They give him a prepared speech and he would look at it and put it aside and say, I want to speak from my guts. Yeah, let me speak. Let me speak from my guts. And then we knew we were going to get some good headlines. Speaking from his heart. And people are attracted to a person who seems to have no airs. Yeah, he is natural. Yeah. Years ago, when his diplomatic privileges were curtailed, he insisted on carrying his own bags. Hey, it's me. They're my bags. Yeah, so no big deal. So that kind of a person will always have people look up to, because you're humble, and humility is a quality that people, when it's unexpected, when somebody who you expect to be arrogant, proud, and bossy is actually humble, it's a pleasant surprise, and it remains on the minds of people. So, Charlie, that guy is humble. Or that lady, Charlie, I'm also expecting her to treat me like that. It's an endearing quality. People will never forget you. You can eat the same food with them. Do what they do, speak their language, communicate with them at that level. Yeah, I think he had a gift for it, and he nurtured it, and it didn't affect him whether he was chairman or he was just ordinary citizen after 2000. Yeah, I think that's it. And some people are just blessed with it, that they have a common touch. Yeah.
But there's a military training. There's a military training camp for you. It will make you humble. There's a military training. Tell a military training. What will military training make you humble? That you will now see that this is
in the military, I would say that first of all, you're supposed to, you always have a superior and a subordinate. So you're supposed to know how to be quiet and take orders. If humility is not part of that, you will question orders at every point in time. And then if this humility is also not there, your subordinate, you will tend to not be free, and not free per se, but you're supposed to be fair in all situations. So humility is a factor, it's quite key and important in the military. Because they always tell you that you're supposed to be firm, but then you also have to be fair at all times. And humility is needed in all of those situations.
So then it goes a long way to explain why and how he came down to earth and related with people, and he wants to make sure that I am doing the work for you. So should let you understand that this is what we are doing. Now, if you look at him at the railway construction sites, we are doing the work together. He is also with the pickups. He is breaking the ground. He is at the cocoa shed. He is also in his a t-shirt. He is carrying the cocoa. And whilst we're carrying together. And if there's a conversation, we talk. And when he's ready and telling you that this is the reason why we are doing this together. And so then it looks as if that he has the capacity to get people along, pull people along with him, and keep them with him, and make sure that they don't feel left out and they don't think that somebody is cheating on them. We are working together. We are building Ghana together. This is what we're supposed to do. That is what we are doing, and this is where we are supposed to go to. Right.
If you're a commander who is leading troops into battle, you should make them comfortable knowing that I won't let you go and do something that I am not willing to do. So I feel that in this case, that is what he demonstrated. I won't send you out there to go and do something that I am not ready to do. So he engaged people by presenting himself, bringing himself down to their levels. Let's do it together. That way you achieve results.
That way you achieve results. But see, the soldiers, the civilians are more than the soldiers. Yes, we are more than the soldiers. And so if the numbers, the civilian population that would not want to carry along with people, and we create the impression and let the people think that we are always quick to short-circuit them, ambush them, lie to them, how do we get them feeling that they need to help build Madagascar?
It's the leadership by example that Nuna was talking about.
Yeah.
You see, because if people see that you are willing to do it, they are more likely to help you do it. I remember I went to a party once, and you know how we do at parties, everybody leaves everything on the floor. So you have bottles, all trash all around, you know. And then I went there with my kids, and I thought, you know, guys. So I started by picking the stuff myself, you know. And I call my guys and say, guys, help me. Let's make this place clean. And then they come join me. And then before you know it, the other kids also start seeing that these kids are cleaning the place up. And then they join me. And then an adult comes and says, you know what? There are people who will clean this place. So you should stop what you're doing. I said, leave me to instruct my children the way I think that
I want them
thank
to
you
go.
very much.
Yes.
And so the person left, and we continued doing it because I was teaching them something.
Sure.
That keep your surroundings clean. And before we knew it, we had cleaned the whole place. And we were not paid for it. So another lesson is there.
Another lesson is
You can clean
there.
the place without asking for money.
Yes.
Or waiting for the person to come and clean it. So President Rawlings was doing the same thing. You jump into the gutter to clean the place. Not that you'll be coming every day to come to clean their gutters, but you're showing them that if I can jump in, then hey, so can you. And that's how it goes. So it's leadership by example. And that's the kind of lesson that I think he left for us. So you lead by example. And the example is the biggest lesson. People see you doing it, they don't need notes. Because you are the notes.
Yes.
And they see you doing it also, okay, President Rawlings is doing it. Okay. What stops me?
What video shows is he was helping them move the plank, and then when he got in the gutter himself, he's doing it. So what stops me?
What stops me from doing it?
In fact, it will even shock you.
Yeah.
The president is doing it. What stops me?
What stops me from it? And why should I stand and watch?
It's not
What
do
do
as
you
I
stand?
say, you know, but just do as I do.
Let's do it. You
Let's
join
do it
me.
together.
If you want to join me, join me. Let's get along.
That's it.
Viewers, still at the Accra International Conference Center, let's quickly watch the short documentary on the activities and lifestyle of former President Jerry John Rawlings.
your barriers, the taller I become. The farther you take my rights away.
Simply put, a man of the people, a man who lived according to his convictions, a man who was totally committed to the transformation and development of this country, a man who stood for social justice and who never bent or compromised on his principles to the last day. That's the man lying down.
When you look at charismatic leaders, so far as I can tell in Ghana, we've had two, President Nkrumah and President Rawlings, although they were in different eras. Nkrumah did it nationally and internationally. President Rawlings did it locally and nationally.
I'll also remember him as a female lawyer for his PNDC Law 111 Interstate Succession Law. For me, it's one of the best things that happened to Ghana, because hitherto, upon the death intestate of a man, his property became family property. And if you were a child, you lived in your father's house subject to good behavior. Thanks to PNDC Law 111, now interstate succession has become relieving.
When you get close to him, he's a very humane, very humorous, very normal person. But at the same time, he had a lot of depth and political insight. I was just about 13 years old when he burst on the scene, and I've been following him since then as a little young. I never dreamt in my life that I would even have the opportunity of working with him, let alone becoming his friend and seeing him as a mentor. But a great man by all standards, no two ways about it. A really, really great man. This is the man who took water, electricity to many parts of this country when people thought it was not possible. And the impact those interventions have made on the lives of ordinary people up to date.
I want the young people to remember him for his probity, accountability, and his dislike for corruption.
When you look at his stature and you look at what he stood for, if we are practicing what he stood for, by now we would have gone far. Probity, accountability, and transparency is key to every government. Even though he was no more in power, he kept talking about that mantra, that Ghanaians should be able to practice that. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to stick to that.
I would say that in 40 years, it should be, said that this foundation, economic, political, social, in terms of probity, accountability, has outlived its biggest proponent, and that is Flag Lieutenant Rawlings.
Build your barriers, the taller I become.
President of the Fourth Republic, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings, born 1947, died 2020 at age 73. The Bible, the good book, the Holy Book gave us 10. That is 70 years. So if there's nothing at all, former President Rawlings had even he has spent 3 years beyond the 70 years. And this is where we can say that this is life well spent. If you really see sometimes the obituary you can see in town, they'll say celebrating life. So this one is celebrating life. It is not what the shock, gone too soon. Those ones, that is not it. This is really reflecting a life that is well spent. Now look at those who are paying, those who are filing past the body. Look at it. You can see that genuinely. Kafi, look at the people who are just going past.
Yeah.
This is real. telling us that nobody has selected people to come in here to show or pay their last respect. These are people who are genuinely coming here. And look at them. It just cuts, it reflects the society, the Ghanaian society. Kafi, how? What do you feel? What do you think about that?
I'm pretty impressed by the crowd management. That the room does not look overwhelmed with numbers. So whoever is managing this is doing a sterling job, and it requires a lot of praise. It's being done in a very, very COVID, and we are respecting the protocol. Yeah, we can't just be talking about the protocols and not respecting them, especially for an event like this. Because I have heard commentary, people wondering why we should have a 3-day funeral in the middle of the pandemic. They're going to have the place overrun with people. Granted, today is day 2. Yes. Maybe day 3 or day 4 may paint a different picture. But so far, what I see is commendable and worthy of praise. It's been managed well. Right from the time you enter the premises, do your sanitization, and they take you through the booth where you're sprayed for 2 minutes, 2 seconds or so, 3 seconds, to sanitizing before you enter the room. Everything is done well. A lot of thought has gone into this. And we can see the pictures are there. It's evident that the numbers are being managed.
Sure.
And it's good. We need to take this whole philosophy to all the events that we attend. The weddings, the parties, anniversaries, whatever. We've got to manage it like the way this is being managed.
It's being done. Yeah. And it means that it is doable.
Yes. Maybe the people organizing this beyond this funeral should probably do some master classes.
Yeah,
and just give us a template.
A template,
because this will work for any other event. These are just principles. Really.
Yes. There's a template, and we're supposed to learn. That's what you are. So you create an environment, you create a situation where you train a few people, and they become trainers of trainees, and then they go around and start ensuring. They would have to make sure that we make sure that this is the standard we want to see in this country. And when we're able to achieve the standard, then we know that we are in charge of COVID control.
I mean, this is event management or even project management at its highest level. Yeah. Things are being respected. Everything is flowing. I like it.
That's extremely. Lieutenant T, this one, it's clear. You people have done a very beautiful job, and I don't think that we should not be ashamed to say that this is beautiful, this is great, and this is what we would want to see translate in society, and this is what we want to see translate in Ghana. It can start from Accra, and then it moves up there, and then people would have to know that this is it. And if this is the man that we are celebrating his life, he's 73 years on earth, we're celebrating it for the good things he did. I think we can also now come on to conclude that, look, this is what he has left us, and this is what he stood for. So people, Ghanaians, let us make sure that at least we respect him. Let's do it this way, and let's leave the respect in there for the good of this country. For the good of this country, let's see. It's so healthy, and I am moved. I'm thrilled by it. It's been just wonderful, just seeing. Because it gets to a time that when you talk, somebody will tell you that, as for this part of the world, nothing works. Here, it is only... but then if you see situations like this, yes, this would be at the envy of every civilized environment.
Yeah. I mean, no donor partner put this together. This is a Ghanaian's world.
It's a Ghanaian's world. This is a Ghana's world and Ghana's style.
It's evidence that this is well organized.
Yes. And this is what Kwame said, that a black man is capable of managing his own affairs. If we're given the encouragement and given the support and given the pat on the back, we can manage our own affairs and we can drive it.
And a black woman like Nona and her friends. No, so.
Thank you.
A lot of developments in Ghana can be credited to him. So, see, this is his legacy. And it's just beautiful to see that it's depicted or translated at a time when we are giving him his flowers, so to speak.
So to speak. And it's a very beautiful flower. It's a very beautiful flower we are giving to him. We've also shown that we are demonstrating that, yes, we loved him and we cared and we think about his positive contribution to development in this country. Looking at day 2, Monday, 25th January 2021. Right, that is the whole day started with the 5 a.m. pictures of the family receiving the mortal remains of the former president, and then it went on to see heads of security agencies filing past the body, leaders of political parties paying their last respect, staff of the office of the former president JJ Rawlings also doing same, and then we now get into where we have traditional and religious leaders, and then general public. We started seeing some of the general public coming in, and these are real. You'd see the pictures representing the general public, and it's the ordinary Ghanaian, real ordinary Ghanaian coming in. Let's see. For the first time, I think this is from morning, this is the first time I've seen a woman taking over.
Yes, that's the only lady on the catafalque party. She is Lieutenant Colonel by rank.
That's it. She's the only lady
in the catafalque
party.
Yes.
Yes.
Female officer.
Female officer.
Sorry. Let me correct myself. It's only female officer.
You sign up to join the army, you choose where to go. Navy, you choose.
Yeah, the liberty to choose which army you want to serve within.
Okay. And does everybody get their choice?
Once you are selected to join, you get your choice.
Okay, all right.
No, you choose once you are filling out the form.
Okay.
Yes.
So immediately you are selected, it means that they have accepted you to be in that unit.
Not the unit, the arm of the service.
The arm of the service. So if you select in your selection, you selected Navy.
Yes.
When they accept you and you win your selection and you are going to go to, then it means that automatically you are going to the Navy.
Not all the time. There are certain circumstances or situations where they observe you in the academy and they feel that you'll be a better fit for the army, and they might automatically switch your arm. Or you'll feel you'll be a better fit for the Navy. Maybe you chose Air Force, but they see your physical appearance, your fitness, your whatever it may be. They may feel that you may have qualities that are better suited to the army, and you will switch you. So it's not a given that you will always get
the choice that you want. But once a soldier, always a soldier. So far as you have opted to be a soldier, if I even send you to General Army exam, if I send you to Air Force, you accept it. It's still you understand. Ghana Armed Force. That's it. But maybe you go in there and your main objective is to fly, like former President Rawlings. You realize that he wanted to fly, and so when he went in there. He went in there to fly, and when he was given the opportunity to fly, he flew. Everybody realized that yes, this is a flyer.
Well, like I said, there are so many there are so many activities and training. There are so many parts of the training, I should say. So all of the whole package serves to bring out where your strengths and your weaknesses are. Yes. So wherever you excel at, they try to mold you and put you in that field so that you excel and you do better there. Yes. So if he showed prowess and he excelled within the Air Force, then obviously we will keep him there. And that goes to also show why he earned the Speedbird Trophy when he commissioned in 1969.
Pictures are really telling that it's not people who had really planned from home that they were coming to a funeral. You can see that people had got maybe clothes from work and they are coming through. Some of them. So it is not even only from the office. People are from the market. They are coming. People are from every part of the economy, every part of society, coming in here to see. To pay their last respect.
There's a question here. So the viewer wants to know what goes into selecting the catapult party, the pallbearers, those who will be doing the parade, those who will be flying in the fly past. What's the criteria? Do you sign up? Do you volunteer that you want to do it and they pick you, or your officer just says, hey, you want honk? No questions asked. How does it work? People are curious now.
Maybe 64 infantry is supposed to release 100 soldiers to undertake so and so. Or so and so unit is supposed to release 10 lieutenant colonels for catapult duties. So you don't sign up, instructions are given, and then the unit will appoint those who will take care of the various duties.
Mm-hmm. Nice. That's Akuma Mama Zimbi, who just went by with the huge headdress.
That's Akuma Mama Zimbi.
Yeah. So that's it. So it's a kind of chain of command, admin,
yes,
instructions from the top flowing down to the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. So as we say in Ghana, you will be sitting or somewhere, and then they'll come and tell you that, hey, Charlie, by this instruction, you're supposed to be going to do this.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But there are certain units that are responsible for specific tasks.
Okay.
Like I mentioned earlier, the artillery unit is the unit that's responsible for firing the guns.
Mm-hmm.
And the guns are the large caliber weapons, and they are not used all the time. So for the 21 gun salute in this case, they'll be using the artillery guns to do their firing this time. So these are manned by artillery soldiers and officers who are trained specifically for that task. So it's not just every unit that does just about everything. There are some that are task specific.
That looks like Dr. Spiogabra. Yes. Dr. Spiogabra is coming through.
Yes.
After the file passed. I think he was appointed. He was made Minister for Communication by President Rawlings.
By President Rawlings.
And President Mahama was his deputy.
Yes, was his deputy.
Yes. Interesting. So that's his former boss lying down.
That is his former boss.
Yeah.
The first time he was being appointed a minister, he was refused because he had not registered as a voter. So his name was not on the voter roll, and therefore he could not.
Okay.
So he lost that opportunity. And then he got registered, got a voter card, and then he was appointed a Minister for Communication. And then former President Mahama was his deputy. Welcome to the Accra International Conference Center, where we're still observing the laying state of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. With me in the studio is Dr. Ekospio Gabra. Dr. Ekospio Gabra was Minister of Communication during former President Rawlings' time as President of the Republic of Ghana. Dr. Ekospio Gabra, it's a pleasure having you in the studio.
Well, it's a sad day to be here, but it's an event that we never expected or looked forward to, but it has come.
But it has come, right.
As Shakespeare said, death will come when it must come. Yes.
That will come when it must come. Dr. Ekospio Gabra, you were appointed Minister for Communication by former President Rawlings. And you worked with him. Some people say he's a very strict person, very difficult. Is it difficult to work with?
Well, it depends on what you term as difficult. Your difficulty with thieves.
It's difficult, okay.
Your difficulty with armed robbers. Your difficulty with corrupt people. I had a lot of great interest in people who were interested and willing to serve selflessly. He himself was very selfless. He had taken considerable risks in becoming head of state. It was probably not something that he actually planned or looked forward to, as we all know from the stories about how he came into office. But it was a job that had to be done. And he certainly felt he had some of the qualities and the spirit to do it. And he also needed equally minded people with various skill sets and competencies to assist him to do it. So he assembled, to the best of his ability, as I came to find out, a certain number of people who were in the PNDC government. I was then in the United States, and so I didn't have the opportunity to serve in that of government. But when the democratic transition took place, and then he had an opportunity to form a new set of people as a government, he obviously had to look around for people who not only could serve competently, but would at least pass the initial litmus test of parliamentary approval, because in the past he didn't need parliamentary approval for the people he was appointing. So I'm sure he then began a lot more consciously to look for people that he thought would meet the various tests that the parliament was likely to face, and also who could serve with the kind of competencies that Ghana deserved. So even though I was working outside the country, he reached out to me and asked if I could serve. And that's how we began to work together.
Okay. But then now looking at the job you did, and looking at the man whose casket is before us, I know that he had a set desire to see Ghana move on. Whilst working with him, did he give the indication that he was satisfied with the type of people that he was working with and what results he was getting? Did he give that indication?
No, he gave many indications of some degrees of satisfaction, but considerable concern about inadequate performance and also inadequate satisfaction on at least a number of fronts, including the issue of corruption. I had the opportunity to ask him once, how much time does he think a government or a president should spend on fighting corruption? And he said 70%. He said if any president that does not wish to devote about 70% of his time to fighting corruption, he can't fight the corruption. So that was his view. And of course, he reached that view after many years in office. And part of the way in which he fought corruption was to delegate what he would consider normal administrative functions to his deputy, that is Vice President Mills. That's when I began to serve in the government. I'm not sure how the presidency worked under his previous Vice President, that's Akar. But by the time I became a minister and worked in 2 portfolios under him, both as Minister of Communication and then as Education, all cabinet meetings were chaired by Vice President Mills. That meant to me that he had delegated as much of the administrative day-to-day requirements of governance to his vice president. He had to have confidence in the person in order to hand over so much authority to him. But beyond that, anytime I thought there was a matter that required his personal attention, and I'd call him to suggest something or the other, he would refer me back to the vice president. So quite clearly, he was not willing to take on certain kinds of tasks that would diminish his ability to fight the corruption that he thought was the biggest challenge that Ghana was facing. So he also confided in me at a certain point when he asked me to come and work with him in the Osu Castle. When I was ambassador to the United States, he withdrew me from the United States about 4 months into the 1996 election, when he thought things were not going that well for his own election situation, to come and do some work with him. So he installed me in an office in the Osu Castle, and at that time I had almost day-to-day contact and consultations with him because of the nature of the assignments he gave to me, which were very varied. It included certain work of the Central Bank, where he thought, because I was working for the African Development Bank before and also for the World Bank before, so even though most people have not understood me as a banker, he seemed to realize that the experience that I had allowed me to suggest and advise on certain aspects of things that were not going that well within the central banking system. But he also involved me in a number of other, confidential aspects of some supervisory work of some ministers and ministerial activities. So eventually he asked me and 2 other people, one of whom actually is deceased, Professor Kofi Awono, so I can mention his name, and the other gentleman who was a previous ambassador, to constitute ourselves into a 3-person committee to review the entire workings of the presidency at the time, when Mr. P.B. Obeng had unfortunately been handed over to the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for investigation. Unfortunately, he's died, of course, and there was a certain gap. He noticed a certain gap in the administration of the presidency. So he asked me to get involved in some aspects of the work of the presidency, and in particular to work with 2 other people, including Professor Kofi Awono, who he made chairman of this committee, to look at the inner workings of the presidency and to make some very specific recommendations to him. He requested every single person in his administration, every single member of the government, to report to this committee for consultations and for discussions. And actually we met everybody but one of the people in the administration, and made an 88-page report available to him. When he received the report, he sat up and said, if I can even just do 1/3 of the things that you guys have recommended here, government and Ghana will be a very different place. So I can't speak to what were the constraints why he might not have been able to implement the recommendations of this high-level committee that he himself had constituted. But I imagine that he eventually tried to implement part of it. I know that because when he subsequently chose President, then Professor Atta Mills, to be his running mate and vice president, and when President Rawlings and Mills were elected in the 1996 election, I asked him, I was then brought to become Minister of Communication. I asked him whether that report, which we had written, could be shared with Professor Atta Mills, then Vice President. And he gladly said yes, we should share a copy with him, because he was then more or less the one that could implement the recommendations that were made. Unfortunately, because of the responsibility that I had as Communication Minister and then as Minister for Education, And of course, in between also as Minister responsible for Mines and Energy, I never really took up the subject matter of that report with either Mills or President Rawlings. But I'm simply addressing the issue of his capacity to delegate and to allow others to play their roles so he could concentrate on the matter of greatest concern to him, which was corruption in Ghana, integrity, probity, accountability, transparency, the very values that he espoused, which many of us hope the current and future governments of Ghana, because the values are eternal values. Sure. They were not limited to his administration or a particular era in Ghana's history. He was suggesting, by living out those principles himself, that for as long as Ghana existed, he hoped that men and women who came into governance, it's not compulsory, those who want to stay in private sector, who want to do something else can do that. But he felt that those who want to be political leaders had to literally swear an oath to abide by the principles of integrity, accountability, probity, transparency, and social justice.
Dr. Gospel Gabriel, looking at the life of former President Rawlings, you realize that he had a lot he had a greater desire of making sure that this country would move on. That is all about his sacrifices he made. And if you look at him, and looking at him lying down there in the casket, can you say that it was a job well achieved?
Well, very few people achieve all that they would like to accomplish in any lifetime. So I'm sure that he achieved even much more than he probably expected to achieve when he joined the Air Force. So going by that rubric or that standard, you'd ask yourself what happened to almost all his colleagues who were Air Force officers. I don't think any or most of them ever rose in the ranks of the Air Force to become Air Force commanders, or in this case, even Chief of Defense Staff or the Armed Forces, Commander-in-Chief. So in that respect, he did, I would say, exceed what may have been even his own expectations. But having then got into the presidency, whether he achieved all that he could and would have liked to, it's where there will always be an eternal debate as to the cup is either half full or half empty. Quite clearly, he chose the very best people, as far as I could see, and those who are willing to serve in his government. So if you go back to the early PNDC days, he even selected people like John Agyekum Kufuor to be a member of his government. He chose people like General Nunu Mensah to become a member of his government. The fact that some stayed and some left, they would be the best to answer as to why they didn't stay. When the opportunity came to my turn, well, he realized that I was working for a very highly paid international organization, and he was literally extracting me out of a long-term career to work in the government. He didn't know how much I was being paid, but that was not even a matter of debate. But he advised me that there's no money in this assignment I'm going to give you. It's a matter of national service. So basically, without discussing terms and conditions of service, he basically wanted to know whether I'm willing to serve the nation. And so that has been my mindset. Of course, to the detriment of my family and other members who have known the consequences of that decision. But he basically gave his life to Ghana, and he was looking for people who were also willing to give their lives to Ghana. So it will obviously have been a matter of some disappointment in the process, especially for the last 20 years. Once he left office and he couldn't really control much of what happened, to have noted that many of the people, not all, many of the people who subsequently succeeded him in various positions did not have the same concern, the same focus, the same even awareness, and certainly the same sense of self-sacrifice as he had, that he would have known certainly before his death.
That he would have known certainly before his death. But now we are celebrating a life well led. At 73, I think it is celebrating a That is what we are all celebrating today. And if I had it right, the values that he really, probity, accountability, social justice, these are core values that are supposed to direct every development of every community and every society. And he started talking about this. And even when he left office, he kept talking about it. And so it looks as if before even his death, these were words that he kept using. And he wanted to make sure that this country will move on. But now you yourself, as someone who really was a lieutenant with him, a commandant with him, he had full trust in you, and you did work with him, and you achieved. You worked on a line to achieve the results you want. Right. If you want to wish him well, how would you wish him? Would you want to say that, General, boss, you are successful. You don't have to feel any trouble. You are successful, and I think you have to rest in peace.
I'm sure we all wish him a very, very peaceful rest. I think where I started, at some point in this conversation, I've tried to suggest that based on where he started as an army officer and where he ended as a head of state, he should, and his family should take some pride in how far he went in his life. He was the first to acknowledge, even to his cabinet colleagues and ministers, that he did not have the same opportunity or the same academic training as some of us had received, and that's why he expected so much more from us. I mean, the cabinets that I came and worked with had lots of people with various PhDs and master's degrees and high-level qualifications. And so he felt that if you're going to acquire these degrees, he was a pilot. He was as good a pilot as I think Ghana has ever trained. He also felt that we also should have to be the best in our respective fields, whether we're engineers, whether we're lawyers, whether we're, accountants. And so, to the extent that he had selected us based on our competencies, and he expected us to deliver on that basis, he would have been disappointed, obviously, because, as I said, not everyone came with the same spirit. It's not just what you have on your certificates that tells, as Shakespeare said, there's no art to find the mind's composition in the face. Yeah, so you can't really tell everything that is a person's spirit. He was dealing with people's spirits. He was a spiritual person in that sense, and obviously he would have loved to attract people of kindred spirit, kindred mind. He did attract very good people, but not all were as focused in the areas of his concern about corruption, about social justice, about transparency as he was. So he had a much higher expectation of himself and of his government than I think many of the officials that served with him. And since he left office,
he is a people's man.
Absolutely.
People love him. And now that he's gone, what would you tell?
Not just in Ghana, actually, most of Africa.
Now that he is not there, he is gone. What would you want to tell the good people of this country and the good people of Africa and the rest of the world? What do you want to tell them? How should they take this? Should it be the end of probity, accountability, and social justice? Or his words, the values he stood for, should still continue?
Well, one of the concerns I had, which I expressed to him when he was leaving office, or when we all were leaving office in about the year 2000, we lost that election, was his legacy. And so we had several conversations with him and some members of his family about his legacy. And I had actually hoped that he would set up what I had called a Rawlings Center on Development and Democracy, because those were the words that I couched in his honor when I requested the Lincoln University of Pennsylvania, United States, which is Kwame Nkrumah's old university, to confer on Rawlings the doctorate degree. I'm sure that was the first of the doctorate degrees that he may have been awarded. And I selected the words. I had a conversation with the Vice Chancellor of the university, the President of the university, as Americans call them, Niara Sudakasa. And she asked me what kind of degrees would be most suitable and acceptable. And I suggested that development and democracy, which reflected what I thought Rawlings had achieved in Ghana in the area of development, taking power, electricity, all the way to the north, making sure roads were constructed left and right, carrying cocoa beans on his own shoulders, etc., was the development part. And then eventually, when he became, he got involved as ECOWAS chairman and maybe African Union chairman, etc., he became very interested in peace and tranquility in the West African region. So in terms of Liberia and Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, peace and tranquility, Upper Volta, after with the death of his friend Thomas Sankara and so forth. So I thought that aspect also should be captured in whatever we retained as a memorial for him. So talking about memorials, we are talking about, of course, he himself wanted his name to be carved in the hearts and minds of Ghanaians. So when there were attempts to, actually by the military, to name military vessels and armored vehicles and all kinds of things, or even the streets of Ghana, there's no Rawlings Avenue, there's no Rawlings Highway or whatever. He said that's not what he's looking for. He's not looking for monuments, statues, etc. in his name. So he himself recommended that we should remember him in our hearts. And if all of us can remember him positively in our hearts, then at least he would have achieved one of the objectives that I think he set himself. But the other monuments that we need to set is, I hope the government can consider the Rawlings Center, the Rawlings Institute, as I recommended at the time, and constitute a group of people that can consider the best ways to honor him. Because, for example, he could have named the University for Development Studies after himself. He gave $50,000 that had been personally awarded from the World Food Prize or whatever it was for the benefit of that university. So that money, if he had kept it in a bank, could have grown to $500,000 today. But towards in the latter years, he used to complain both privately and publicly about, the financial situations that even as a former president, he found himself in. He had approved a very, very modest pension for himself. If I remember correctly, the Green Street report had recommended maybe one vehicle, 1 or 2 trips overseas every year. Just very, very, one house, very meager resources for a retired president, and he had approved it. It was during the era of President Kufuor, when Kufuor also was leaving office, when there was an attempt to, explode that amount and offer $1 million, $2 million, etc. Rawlings refused it. And I think that also forced Kufuor to refuse it also, because he just didn't see that was what a retired president of a poor country like Ghana should be earning. So he set a high moral standard for all of us. And all those who intend and wish and struggle to go into public office should, I think, go with those things in mind. I had to struggle a lot to contain those values and to uphold them myself throughout the period that I served in governance. And it's a struggle to, just like being a good Christian, it's a struggle to maintain those high values and those principles. But there are struggles worth maintaining. Because at the end of it all, as we see him lying here, he can't go with any houses, he can't go with any certificates, he can't go with any planes, even shoes, except maybe what he may be buried in. So at the end of the day, it's very simple for all of us to see that the end is silence, as Shakespeare said.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ekosipio Gabriel. It's a pleasure having you in the studio, and I wish you a healthy day, and then we wish you good luck in the years ahead.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so I have been talking to Dr. Ekosipio Gabriel, who was the former Minister of Communication and Later Education with former President JJ Rawlings, whose casket is in front of us, is before us at the Accra International Conference Center, waiting burial on Wednesday, the 27th day of January 2021. Yes, I will. Welcome back to the Accra International Conference Center, the lying in state of the former president of the Republic of Ghana, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings. Now, Captain Akaku, I see that I think the Catafalque guards are now filing past the dead, the casket, and does it mean that they have finished with it, or what is happening? Why are they doing it now?
Okay, thank you, Gabby. I think as we are getting close to the final part of the today's program, I think it is good they also pay their last respect to our former head of state before the day comes to an end. So as you can see, that is what they are doing. Most of them have had their turn changing their colleagues when the period came for them to change over. So I'm sure it's right that they pay their last respect before the day ends, and then they will take it out from there.
Right. So, but then if you look at in all, we are looking at a picture of about how many officers. We're looking at a picture about how many officers, because they had been running shift of 4. Right. So we're looking at a picture of about 3, 4, 5, 20, maybe 10 rounds.
I think they are like 60 senior officers making up the Catafalque guards.
Oh.
Yeah, so you see them 4 as they came to change. I think they are in the same squad, taking into consideration their formation and then the protocols laid down for COVID. So you see they didn't come in their numbers as they are, but they came as in 4 just to uphold those protocols. Yeah.
So I think we still see some military officers also coming to file past the casket.
Yes.
As the day is drawing closer, so it means that we are likely to end the day, and the officers and men of the Ghana Armed Forces who are present at the Accra International Conference Center also taking their turn to file past the mortal remains of the former president, Flight Lieutenant JJ Rawlings.
As we've seen our military colleagues file past to pay their last respect, I think we would also get the opportunity to go and pay our last respect to our former head of state and our former commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So
yes. So I think that's about right. And so then I think Captain Edward Sananu Akapo and then Lieutenant Judy Nuna Te, you have the permission, you have the right to go and file past. You have the right to go and file past the mortal remains.
Sure.
Yes. We'll meet again when immediately you finish with it.
Yes.
We are watching the TV, so we are seeing you. So immediately you finish, then it means that it is straight into the commentary room.
Yes. So once we are done, we'll get back to the studio and then we'll take it out from there. Thank you very much, Gabby.
passed. And now the two military officers in the group that just passed here are Captain Edward Sananu Akakpo and Lieutenant Judy Nunate were with me in the commentary room, and they left and they went to file past the body. They just finished filing past the body. They have also finished paying their last respect to the former president and the commander-in-chief, the former commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Yes, that is Captain Akakpo and Lieutenant Sananu, Lieutenant T on your screens now.
Bombardier never does. to the last leg of day 2, that is Monday, 25th January 2021. That is the laying in state at the Accra International Conference Center of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, the people's man. That's a man that really pulled the crowd. He's the man that really drove the people and attracted every attention. Today, he is in his casket, lying in state at Accra International Conference Center, where we started from the morning, heads of security agencies, leaders of political parties, staff of the office of the former president, and then some traditional religious leaders and members of the general public have filed past the body. I have with me, in commentary position, Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi. He was a former Deputy Minister of Tourism and now Tourism and Culture
and now tourism, culture and creative art, and now the member of parliament for Ketu South. So, Honorable, you are welcome to commentary position.
You addressing me as honorable when I'm your younger sister. So this blessing I receive. Thank you.
And that is extremely how life looks like. It comes, and when it comes as a blessing, God has given to you, and you need to hold it. And I know some of you have the heart of holding and working with people, and so the people will benefit from you. And that is exactly the man who is lying before us today. He pulled the crowd. And I know, being a minister deputy minister for tourism, culture and creative arts, and that is a profession that you really love. And the man lying there, I know, has the values and tenets and creates traits that you really respect. I know it is difficult for you to answer, but if I should ask you, how are you feeling?
Mixed feelings, really. Mixed feelings. To choose your words, you said the people's man. It would have been my wish that we were in an era where crowds could gather so we can celebrate him. He's the founder of the party I belong to.
Sure.
But beyond that, is also a mentor for many people my generation. I recall 1979. I mean, I was young, but I recall it very vividly. When Ibrahim Hollison of blessed memory, who used to read news at GBC, lived near our home in Medina when the coup happened. And he running to us for protection at a point because of some shenanigans at the broadcasting house. And also the students in Medina at the time were like the heartbeat of the revolution. I recall very vividly Erika Kumia, Divine Petigo, these seniors, my big brother Dola Gomashim, and many others who were chanting and singing the songs of the revolution. The man who led that revolution, I think, set the pace for some of us of speaking fearlessly and boldly, of speaking against what's wrong in our society. We were taught to be respectful, so we did it respectfully. And then I was blessed to have my late maternal uncle be his first secretary for trade, Kofi Ashibwe Mensah of blessed memory too. And then I was a volunteer with the young cadres under Kofi Potofi, Kofi Ato, and Commodore Steve Obimpe during NADMO days. And then Talents Theatre Company, which came out of that whole exercise. And his dedication to our culture and our heritage is what endeared him to me even more. Before him was the Art Center in Accra and Art Center in Kumasi. He brought the Centers for National Culture in the 10 regions that we had. And then subsequently the National Commission on Culture, which birthed also the National Theatre, and I was a beneficiary of the first batch of people who were employed there. So my whole life has had something to say about the fact that there was once upon a time a JJ Rawlings who walked the earth. I was blessed also to work with Mrs. Rawlings, producing by the Far Side, which was a product of the 31st December Women's Revolution, movement. Excuse me, the 31st December Women's Movement. And I'm a member of that organization. I served there, and so I've come to close contact with this family for many reasons and for many years. I think that I discovered my love for working with children through the opportunity that Mrs. Rawlings gave me And so there's joy, there's sadness, there's gratitude, there's awe, there's fear of God. And I've learned to number my days. Because only last year or the year before, I think must have been 2019, that I went to him to tell him that I was going to contest and I needed his blessing. And he teased Dr. Jokoto and Dr. Agumenu that the three of us are going to contest. He's waiting for us to bring the trophy home. Somehow, I'm the only person among the three of us that day who won. So I went back to tell him, and he teased my brothers that, you see, this is why I support women. 3 of you went, 2 of you men lost, and she won. And we laughed about it, as you have just chuckled right now. Unfortunately, my own husband passed away shortly after, and I went to tell him that this is my lot, that I had lost my husband. I went with my stepchildren and my son. And he was sorry for me. He felt sorry for me and assured me that he would come to the funeral. And he did come. And today I'm here to watch him lying there lifeless too. It reminds us that we have numbered days.
Sure.
It reminds us that if you live right by the people that God gives you, it reminds us that if you live to serve God, you can't be celebrated. And even though you may die and leave, you can still live. So his mortal remains is lying in front of us. But will we ever forget to mention Jerry Rawlings? Never. As with Kwame Nkrumah, so will it be with Jerry Rawlings. I wish that my party had a bigger role to play in all of this, because like it or not, he was a founder of this party. Like it or not, like my father, who is 95 years old, still does. He corrects us because he loves us. So, as his children, I feel that there's so much more we could have done. But perhaps it is also an opportunity for us to have a reflection of how things just don't happen because you wish it. Sometimes I think God uses all kinds of situations and opportunities